At the time. Okay, everybody seen the meeting is
Recorded.
to be scheduled.
Yeah.
Saved. Okay. So good morning, everybody, from a very sunny Vienna. I hope you have a sunny time too. The nice weather in Vienna is a very nice thing because everybody is smiling today in the morning. I think it's a good start to have smiling faces in the morning. For me, it's a very interesting thing to see other people, and it makes me smile too. So we planned for today from the time frame from 10 to 2:30 past PM. I hope we will able to stay in the time frame. We have a lot of information for you, so yes, we'll see. What we will talk about is the employer side of the story. That what does it mean to the employer to have a person 55 plus at the workplace? It's an essential question when we are talking about the sustainability of employment. We prepared some successful strategies in the past and for the future. And last but not least, we will talk about cases of real life and experiences. So it's not only theory and statistic, but also real cases brought to you from our expert. And now I'm proud to present our experts. I hope so. Yes. The ASEP team, some of them you know from the course in spring, like Michael. Michael is our expert for industrial production sustainability and university education. Then we have Susanne Böhm-Seethaler, our specialist for project management education and leading processes. Helga Linhardt, you know as well, our language expert, university lecturer, lifelong learning expert, and our two new ones, that's Gertrude Power. She's expert for management of large-scale IT projects, and Brigitta Schwarzer, networking and public networking and marketing. And oops, yes, and last but not least, Christine Zdjarski, expert for entrepreneurship training and organization development. So we will guide you through this day. And first of all, if you have some questions to the thing we present, please write them in the chat so we can find answers as soon as possible. For the different topics we planned today, first of all, we are interested in the pictures and associations you bring with you. Pictures and associations of persons 50, 55 plus. Susanne will present the current and up-to-date publications she found, and that's a lot of it. After that, we have prepared a survey to check your opinion on the person 55 plus. Then we will have a little break. After that, Brigitte presents the Nestor Gold. That's an Austrian seal of quality for sustainable employment. After that, Michael will give you the information about the topic of the critical factors that decide whether to stay or to leave in a company. The break at noon for 35 minutes at 12:20. Then Gertrude prepared the evaluation of our surveys we did the last months. She prepared also action fields, and after the break, we will present the measures, and you have the possibility to look into the future. And for the final round, you have to, I will ask you to formulate your wishes to your employer, and the end should be on 2:30 in the afternoon. Yes, that's a lot of topics, and I hope we will enjoy this. For the first step, before our colleagues begin to present the information they've collected for you, we will start with some pictures of people 50, 55 plus you might have in your head. Everybody has pictures in his head, in her head. As we have in previous seminars, we heard a lot about the function of our brain and its habit of creating images. These images help us to remember, to figure out, to experience again. And when the brain is creative as well, it will find a symbol to represent this image, to represent the feeling, the memory related to this image. The best known symbol is, what do you think? Nobody? One suggestion?
The heart?
Yes. And the heart symbolized what?
Friendship.
Fun?
Love. Love.
Love.
Friendship.
Yes, a lot of positive things.
Good feeling.
Yeah. So now please think of one or two persons, 50 plus, you know, or used to know, must not be an actor. We're looking for one person you like or liked very much, and one person you do not like, not really like. And then please find a picture, a symbol, a metaphor for each of them. Person you like, person you don't like. Yeah. So, and if you find this, then give us a short description such as a picture. Is this positive, or would you say it's negative? What you see now?
Positive.
Yes, quite right. So Mrs. Y reminds me of a fountain full of good ideas to solve my problem. Mrs. Y is 55. And this one, positive or negative?
Positive.
Yes. Positive. It depends. It depends.
Be negative too.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
depends.
if you say Mr. X reminds me of a watchdog because he permanently snoops around me, it's not so positive at all. So now please think of persons you know and let us know the symbol you found for them. Maybe this be a picture, a cartoon, something else. Have some short moments to think about it, and after that we will be glad to share your pictures in the group.
But we are not supposed to upload pictures, right? Just talk about pictures or give you a picture. Is that correct?
Yeah. I do not really hear you well.
Oh, okay.
What did you say?
I said we are not supposed to upload a picture, but just give you an image, tell you.
A short description as
Okay.
shown on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, should I start with a positive picture?
Yes, it will be fine.
I see some live fire, and I'm thinking of my father who died 4 years ago, and his 50th birthday when I held a cake with 50 candles. and they were so warm that I thought, 50, it's not as bad as I thought. When he was 50, I was 23 or so, and 50 was really old for me. Now I'm 50 plus, and I think 50 is quite a young age, and you have a past, but you have a future. And that's a life fire which describes the picture for me.
It's a very nice picture. Thank you.
Mhm.
Everybody else? Everyone else?
Yes, I had a picture of a sunflower,
Mhm.
such one of 3 meters,
Ah.
and I was thinking about a colleague of mine.
Mhm.
He's about 65, I think, and he has still bright ideas. And same as a sunflower, he turns to the light.
Mhm.
And he's still very brightful, shining, and has great ideas,
Mm.
and is still going with the time, like
Huh.
a sunflower does in a day.
Yeah.
Uh,
It changed the position as the sun is going down and up.
yes, and this one day I compare with one life. So he. He's always very thinking about actual issues,
Yeah.
and has great ideas about that.
Yeah. So it's a very
Yeah.
nice picture. Looking
Yeah,
at the bright side of life.
Yes,
May I contribute a negative picture too?
Yes, please.
What is it doesn't fit to the sunny weather today?
That doesn't matter. It
No,
is as it is.
When I was young, I remember so many older people who reminded me on the two old men in the Muppet Show on the gallery, who were always contributing what they would do differently. And when I get older, I said, I will never be like these two seniors on the gallery. And I hope I could keep this promise.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's,
I'm remembering to a colleague, 60 years old and full in his job. And he was every day jogging through the green woods of his neighborhood. And therefore, my positive sign are the green leaves of trees, remembering to this colleague who saw these green leaves every day in the morning.
oh, it's a very nice picture. Thank you.
Can I also share a positive picture?
Yeah.
For me, it's the seaside. So a picture of a beautiful seaside, and I will explain why. It's in the year that my parents turned 50, which is 3 years ago. They moved to the seaside. So they were like, okay, we're gonna change our lives, change jobs, and just move somewhere completely different. And I thought that was really bold and showed courage to, I don't know, change life like that and do what you love. And also I think the sea is like, it's so powerful, but also smooth and not arrogant and just doing its thing without getting disturbed by others. So also that's, I think that's my image.
Yeah, it's a bright picture. Yes.
I think I could step in here because you were talking about the seaside.
Yeah.
And my picture, the picture I have, is a rock, maybe a rock in the sea, like, you know, the ones in Thailand, the beautiful ones of the movie scenes. And I associate this picture, it's a positive picture for me. I associate it with my brother. My brother is 76, and he is as solid as a rock, you know, he's as firm as a rock. He's very strong, he's reliable and trustworthy for me, and he's very persistent and unshakable. And virtually nothing can throw him off the track, not the biggest wave and not the strongest wind. So he's there, especially, well, for me, I would say for me, maybe it's different with other people, but for me, this is a very positive image for my brother. I don't have a negative one at hand.
Well, I
It
would
must
like
be
to
very
share.
nice to have a brother like this. Sorry, Mariam.
Yeah, okay, don't
And
matter.
a person to rely on 100%.
Yeah. Strong.
Sorry, Mariam.
Strong. Oh, no, don't matter. Well, I have also a positive image of a lady that I'm working with. She's already 74 years old at this moment. And she stopped officially working when she was 63. And she became a grandmother of about 12 grandchildren. And besides that, she's a very hardworking woman. She's very active. She's always positive. She's really a person you can cooperate together. And I compare her with a bee, a bee that's flying, happy, and gives you honey, gives you sweet things, gives you happiness.
Yeah, nice, but she's not paid.
She's paid. Yeah. She's paid. Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
paid.
Yeah.
Ah.
She is. Yeah.
Okay, it's a real job.
It's a job for about 1 or 2 days a week.
Okay.
But she's still active working besides all the other unpaid business. Yeah.
But normally grandmothers are very active, but not paid.
Yeah, well, she is. But therefore, she's very special too. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yes, thank you all. Anything else?
Yeah, maybe I
Morning.
can also say yes.
Oh,
Hello, Sonia. Hello, Tanya.
Yeah.
Somebody wants
Can I
to
speak?
put in a picture?
yes, nice to meet you, by the way. I have the metaphor of a beach, a man on a beach, and it reminds me of my boss. He's 55 years old. And I think about this because he's a very relaxing person. He has not a lot of stress, and that's very handy in situations when everyone is excited about something or emotional about or very stressy about something. Then he can stay calm and then he can think rationally, and that's very that's very handy at that moment because otherwise it's not going to work.
Must be very nice to work with, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Tanya, and welcome, Tanya.
Thank you.
So,
Maybe I can also add.
Yeah.
So, last but not least, so I have only positive, maybe description or association, and it would be my parents. And I have a picture of a garden where they spend a lot of time, and I really see them that is something what they enjoy, and even they are now 60, I would say that they are still blooming like the flowers in their garden, which they taking care by themselves, and it's something what they really enjoy when they sit in the morning with a coffee or in the evening and look at their work at the harvest in the garden or the flowers. So that's something what I imagine.
Oh,
Thank you.
nice imagine. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
A lot of very positive pictures. It comforts me in my age. So thank you everybody for your pictures, and now I will give up to Helga, who will guide you. She will lead you through the further topics.
Okay, thank you very much, Christina. Can
Should
everybody?
I stop my screen sharing?
Well, I don't know. Are you going on with it later on? I think whatever you prefer. We don't need it. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much, Christina. That was a thought-provoking and most inspiring warm-up. I think everyone liked it. and it definitely tapped into our imaginative world. So that was a nice start. So now I say hello, everybody, and a very warm welcome also from my side. As my name is Helga Linhardt, and as Christine already mentioned, I'll guide you through this online event. To begin with, I would like to say thank you to everyone involved in the preparation and setup of this workshop. First and foremost, Christine. Christine, on behalf of the entire ASEP team, I would like to thank you for organizing, facilitating, and setting the sails for this ambitious project, because it's a long one today. A big thank you also to our 4 main presenters, and I mentioned them in order of their presentations. It's Susanne, Brigitta, Michael, and Gertrude, and in between also Christine. Thank you all for your hard work and your outstanding effort. Christine already mentioned, please write your answers, your comments, if you have any, during the presentations. If you have any, please write them in the chat section. And Brigitta is going to have a look at that and take care of that. And the presenters will then get back to you with their answers. And for this, we have reserved a time frame of about 5 minutes. So let's go on to our first presenter, Susanne Böhm-Seethaler. Susanne, as we've already heard, is an expert in project management. During her active career, she passed on her expertise and her know-how to the young generation. So there we have already an example of working together. And both, she passed this on both as a teacher and as a university lecturer. And today, Susanne is going to give us insight into current and up-to-date studies and publications. Susanne, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you very much. I have to share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
So, for a moment. Okay, can you all see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes, fine. So, thank you very much for your introduction, Helga. Hello, everybody. And I have dealt with publications on employers' views on the employment of 50 or 55 plus people. So I've tried to find out what are the new studies in Austria, especially which are published in the last 2 or 1 year, 2 years or 1 year. So the first one I found out was from authors Agnes Dürr, Karin Stein, and Mario Taschwa, and was published by the Public Employment Service of Austria. Its shortage is AMS, Arbeitsmarktservice in German. And the title of this study is Target Group and Needs, Analysis for the Utilization of Educational and Vocational Guidance by Older People, focus on the further development of the relevant AMS information offer. And it was published in August 2020. The second one, there were no authors to find out, was published by the Public Employment Service Austria 2 in cooperation with the Department for Labor Market Research and Career Information. The interesting thing is when you see the title, it was Age Has a Future, Information for Older Job Seekers. And here the age is 45 plus. It was very interesting for me to see that because it's getting, I don't know, younger and younger, the older ones, I don't know. We will see. So the third one was published by a corporation which is called Arbeit und Alter. It's work and elderness, like that. You can maybe translate it. It's a joint platform of the Federation of Austrian Industries, the Federal Chamber of Labor, the Austrian Federation of Trade Unions, and the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber. And the title is Target Group and Needs, analyzes also, it's more or less the same title as I had in the first study, and analyzes for the utilization of educational and vocational guidance by older people, focus on the further development of the relevant AMS, means Public Employment Service Austria, an information offer, also August 2020. The fourth is a brochure from Arbeit und Alter, which deals with aging appropriate work, implementation, successions for the company. And the fifth one is the newest one. The date is March 2020, but it was really published in, I think it was April 2021. It was not the March of 2020. And the authors are Christine Meyerhuber from WIFO, it's the Economic Research Institute, and Ingrid Meyerhuber. I think they are not related because they are written totally different. It's FORBA, Forschungs- und Beratungsstelle Arbeitswelt. It's also a research institute. And it's published by the Federal Chancellery, Section for Women and Equality, the Federal Ministry of Social Affairs, Health, Care and Consumer Protection, and the Federal Ministry of Labor, Family and Youth, with the financial support, and this is very interesting, of the European Commission. So it deals with that we are dealing with. And the title is Trapez Analysis, Transparent Pension Future, Gender-Specific Pension Differences in Austria, Quantitative and Qualitative Findings. So in the next slides, I want to present you what I have found out was special in one study or was also dealt with in another study. So the first thing, and I said it before, was this statement, this interesting statement for me, and the question for me: when is one old? Because you saw in this one study, it's called 45. It's also old. So when is one old, or better, at what age is a person considered older? And there was an interesting table for me where one can see, I think it's working, it's in flow, because the absolute employment of older people from 28 to 2018, you see the increase in all three columns. The one column is from 50 to 54, and the increase was, when it was in percent, the percentages 42 increasing. From 55 to 59 years, there is an increasing of 86 and some points percent increasing. But the interesting thing for me was that from 60 to 64, there's a real high increasing from 143 and some points percentages. And we're always talking about it's getting down, but it doesn't get down. I think it's getting up. So the older people are still in employment. So the second thing I found out was, we know all in the meanwhile, but it was interesting for me to see that there are also in studies the prejudice are found out. So it's in study 1 and study 2. And I've only examples here written down because there were, I think it was 10 prejudice they found out. So one is older workers are too expensive. And it's the most common argument, you know that, in the meanwhile, against hiring older workers. Employers incur higher costs when older workers are paid higher wages. And then younger workers. This is not because of their better performance, but only because they have been employed by employers for a very long time. So the counter argument could be only some groups of employees and public officials benefit from higher wages. Craftsmen, in the contrary, earn the most in the middle of their working life, after which the salary or wage often drops down. A second prejudice I want to point out is the second: older workers have outdated qualifications. And I found an interesting statement in this study, a statement from Oliver Wenson, who lived in the 19th century. He was an American physician and writer, and he said in this time, this is interesting, but it's more or less more than 150 years before our definition, the young man knows the rules, but the experienced man knows the exceptions. And the counter argument is that formal qualifications in schooling or vocational training are naturally long in the past, but they have accumulated experiential knowledge in the course of their professional life to compensate for many things and bring many advantages. Then in study 1 and study 2, there are some consequences written down. For example, older workers have a higher risk of losing their jobs. We know that. If employees are dismissed due to changes in the company. Then the next one, older workers have a higher risk of being unemployed for a longer period of time, long-term unemployment. And companies often have reservations and prejudice against older workers. They therefore prefer to hire the younger workers. The next one is the structures in companies are very often not age appropriate. This means that after a certain age, older workers are often no longer able to participate in further training and don't continue their careers. And the last one, if there is too little health promotion in the company, older workers are much more affected. The next one is the definition of age and age-appropriate work. I think we all know, but it's interesting that it's also written down in study 2. And therefore, it's written also in the study that it both is needed. It's not, you cannot have the one and the only one and the other one not. So we have with her, we will hear from Brigitta later an interview which she had taken with the Nestor Gold lady, which is the Nestor Gold Seal of Quality. And it's very interesting. In Austria, there's a real big award, and there are a lot of companies, they got this seal. And the definition of age work in this study was, it's a specific age group, takes care for the changes in physical and mental performance. And for me, it was interesting that the definition was, it's a compensatory approach. And the age-appropriate work aimed at young and old maintains and promotes the ability to work for the entire duration of working life. Younger people are supported, and older people can remain productive and innovative. And it's this preventive approach. So they have really the difference between the both. And what's also really important is the positive, non-discriminatory wording. And it was astonishing for me that you only find, if Christine asked you for the pictures or the images or the metaphors, a lot of you have only positive ones. So it's interesting that there are also existing positives for me. So the next one is, it's in study 3 field. It's the changes of activities or rotation models. It's important to have job enrichment and job enlargement models and age-appropriate career paths. I think Michael will talk about it a little bit. And really important is also mixed age teams. So I found in this study a nice puzzle which shows the examples for that, and that they have to fit together. So it's only the one thing is gathering insights and becoming aware of different strengths of the different generations. Then give employees opportunities to prove themselves according to their age group. I think it's also very, very important. Then the third one is acknowledge, value, recognize strengths, and assign tasks accordingly. Maintain, and there is missing a D, I see, and appreciate exchange of experiences with all generations. And the fourth one is showing an open attitude and addressing prejudice, leading by example. I think it's a very important thing that employers have to lead by example and be a good example for the other ones. So the seventh one is what are the measures for aging appropriate management? It's dealt in study 4. It's the first one is to analyze the company specific age structure, then to identify the activities which are stressful, or beneficial for older workers in physical, mental, or spiritual, social parts. And then to have aging appropriate workplace design, which is also dealt in study 2. The last one is the analysis of the current pension transition for women, which is dealt in study 5. The two ladies, Meyerhuber, found out that there is a large time gap between termination of employment and retirement. And the influences on the pensions on the labor market are wage differences, which have women, and that they are often working only in part-time. Then what is their profession? Then they have to take care for their children and care for older ones. And so the biggest one is missing phases of gainful employment and compulsory insurance. So this I found out in my, sorry, I have to also, I have a film now, an image film, which is also by Arbeit und Alter published, and I will show you this now. So sorry, I have to, can you see my?
Not
now. No, sorry. Okay. Moment. I have to, yeah. Now I hope it works.
Was können wir tun, damit unsere Mitarbeiterinnen und Mitarbeiter vom Berufseinstieg bis zum Pensionsantritt gut und gerne hier arbeiten?
Ich bin 47.
Ich habe einmal 30er gefeiert. Altersgerechtes Arbeiten bei Monde wird auf verschiedenen Ebenen adressiert. Da gibt es einerseits die ganz strukturelle Ebene. Das bedeutet, dass wir Analysen machen. Analysen, wie schaut die Altersstruktur unserer Mitarbeiter aus? Wann gehen die Mitarbeiter in Pension? Analysen auch über den Gesundheitszustand bzw. über die Krankenstandstage unserer Mitarbeiter. Und anhand dieser Zahlen, Daten, Fakten sieht man sehr gut, wo sind wir stark und wo müssen wir vielleicht noch ansetzen oder wo müssen wir Maßnahmen treffen. Wir legen großen Wert auf die Weiterbildung unserer Mitarbeiter und Mitarbeiterinnen, weil wir einerseits sehr innovative Produkte haben. Wir wollen für die Zukunft gerüstet sein und andererseits, weil uns sehr wichtig ist, dass unsere Mitarbeiter hier auch wirklich gut und gerne arbeiten. Und das kann man nur dann, wenn man auch das Gefühl hat, dass man wirklich gut ausgerüstet ist für die Arbeit, die man tut.
Ich fühle mich jung, wenn ich die Herausforderungen, die durch eine gestellt wird, bewältigen kann.
Wir stellen in unserem Unternehmen sehr, sehr viele neue Mitarbeiterinnen ein. Wir sprechen hier von hochqualifizierten Berufen wie dem Verschieber, dem Fahrdienstleiter, dem Triebfahrzeugführer. Und deshalb haben wir uns entschlossen, altersgerechte Arbeitsplätze zu schaffen und ein Mentoring-System aufzubauen, in dem wir von den lang gedienten Eisenbahnerinnen und Eisenbahnern auf das junge, motivierte, neue Personal unsere Erfahrungen weitergeben können.
Wir lernen von Ihnen.
Unsere Branche unterliegt einem großen Wandel, was das Thema Geschäftsmodelle betrifft, aber vor allem auch, was das Thema digitaler Wandel betrifft. Und um unsere Kolleginnen und Kollegen in diesem Wandel zu begleiten, ist es so, dass sie am besten in einem altersgemischten Team miteinander arbeiten. Da können die Jüngeren vom Erfahrungswissen der Älteren profitieren und die Älteren vielleicht von der Neugierde im Umgang mit neuen Arbeitsmitteln, mit technischen Dingen.
Ich fühle mich jung, meine mehr Erfahrung, meine Mitarbeiter werden hinter. Wir betreiben hochtechnologische Anlagen, wo wir rund um die Uhr und das 365 Tage produzieren. Hier ist es notwendig, die Belegschaft mit einzubinden, Schichtmodelle zu entwickeln, damit wir auch lang und gesund in diesem Schichtmodell arbeiten können und diese Verantwortung tragen wir. Ich fühle mich nicht so alt. 30, 40, momentan noch körperlich gut beieinander. Also ich habe keine Probleme. Die Arbeitsorganisation ist ein ganz wichtiger Punkt, dass vieles rund läuft. Ja. Wenn man was jeden Tag wegschaufeln muss und keiner ändert das, ja, dann bin ich irgendwann frustriert. Oft würden es ein paar Kleinigkeiten sein, dass das funktioniert und dass man sich da vielleicht leichter tut. Ja.
Ich glaube, dass es sehr sinnvoll ist, sich ganz konkret zu überlegen, welche Art von Gesundheit brauchen wir hier in unserem Unternehmen ganz besonders. Wir beispielsweise sind ein Finanzdienstleister. Wir brauchen Mitarbeiter, die sich konzentrieren können, die bereit sind, lebenslang zu lernen, die emotional stabil sind, weil sie Kundenkontakte haben. Und wir haben überwiegend sitzende Arbeitsplätze. Das heißt, der Bewegungs- und Schutzapparat und die psychische Gesundheit sind uns ein Anliegen. Und alle unsere präventiven Anstrengungen richten wir mal vor allen Dingen auf diese zwei Themenkreise.
Gesundheit bestimmt unser Leben und ist die Basis für die Arbeitsfähigkeit.
Ich fühle mich dann jung, wenn ich die Möglichkeit habe, das zu tun, was ich wirklich gerne mache, wie zum Beispiel Sport und aktiv zu sein.
Wichtig ist, dass Führungskräfte in allen Ebenen ein Vorbild sind. Und da haben wir eine gesunde Mischung entwickelt. Auf der einen Seite Impulse zu geben, Bewusstsein zu schaffen, aber auch natürlich den Mitarbeiterinnen und Mitarbeitern Eigenverantwortung zu übergeben.
Altersgerechtes Arbeiten bedeutet für uns eben nicht nur, dass einzelne Maßnahmen getroffen werden, sondern dass wir die Themen Führung, Weiterbildung, Gesundheit, aber auch die Arbeitsorganisation zu einer Unternehmenskultur machen.
Wir haben die Zusammenhänge auch analysiert und wir haben tatsächlich bestätigt gefunden, dass jene Werke, die hohe Mitarbeiterzufriedenheitswerte haben, auch gute Werte bei der Qualität unserer Produkte haben. Damit ist für uns eindeutig bestätigt, dass die Wertschätzung unserer Mitarbeiter sich unmittelbar auf die Wertschöpfung des Unternehmens auswirkt.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Susanne. That was
For being on time perfectly.
Absolutely perfect. Thank you very much for this interesting and very revealing input, and also for this movie. I really liked it, and I think it was that company Baumit, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Also, yeah.
I think
Baumit and ÖBB, a lot of Erste Österreichische, it's the bank and so on.
I think it covered all the things that are important for a sustainable work life, and that was really a very comprehensive look at it. Thank you so much. Well, we just said your time frame was until 1:45. Brigitte, are there any questions?
Arnaud is questioning whether there are studies existing with examples of personas which define the consequences for how to keep the employees fit for their job. I believe in the film we just saw, there were good oral examples given on what companies do to keep their employees physically fit. But are there references in one of the studies you have set up?
Not really. In the studies, not really. The studies are really, yes, they are really scientific studies. So they deal with the overview of all, but not only with, no, I haven't seen any. Arbeit und Alter on the website has a lot of these companies. You can find it on the website of the Arbeit und Alter. They are existing, but not in the studies especially.
Okay.
Anno, is that okay for you?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
But maybe when I would like to make a remark, maybe it could be a task for all of us to develop maybe not a scientific study, but a practical study, and maybe that has more is of more even of more interest than scientific studies.
I think that will we follow during the day today.
Yes.
Okay.
The practical.
Yes.
And what I say, persona is in Austria not really name for things of the daily job. They are in the descriptions of the job, they are in the labor market, but they are not named persona. That's the problem a little bit.
Okay.
Yes, but I asked this question because if you give a training which suits to a special person, then you can't think about the older employees and the younger employees. That doesn't work. So if you only speak about the older employees, then you can't provide a specific training suitable for that person.
Yes, but in the study 1, which is for this personas as a service station, there are some tips to how to deal with. But I haven't I didn't do it in the slides. So and it was not because there were some ideas and tips how to deal with.
Yes,
it was in there. Yeah, but I didn't do it into.
I didn't expect an answer like in that page or that website. Okay. You can find them.
Yeah.
We have to define them in practice. I think that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe the further they will give you some answers.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Christina.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Our next input is a survey designed by Christine Zdarsky from ASEP, and I think conducted by Christine Schau from Blenders. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So it's the two Christinas who are taking the floor now. Ladies, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Can you see the poll on your screen right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Then I hope the questions speak for themselves. It's multiple choice. Sometimes you can select maximum 2, sometimes only 1. So just carefully read the questions and send in, and then in a couple of minutes we can see the results together.
Okay, so we can do this individually.
Yes.
Christina, can you see the results there? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we can't, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
And you have to do eingeben at the end for everybody.
We did.
Christine, can you see how many people have been part of the?
Yes, so 7 out of 13 have fully completed the survey. So we're waiting for 6 more.
We wait for another.
Yeah, another minute or so, and then I think most of people will be ready.
How many participants do we have?
I think 13.
Okay. Not at the poll, but at the session.
At the session 14, because then it's including me, and I cannot participate in the poll.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're 11.
Okay, great.
The last two ones. Maybe there's someone looking for a coffee, something else.
Yeah, maybe it might be possible that there's someone going for a coffee. So I can end the poll. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, share results. Okay, can you see the results right now?
Yes,
okay.
Wonderful.
Okay. So maybe Christine, you can comment a little bit about the survey.
Christine which? Christine from Blenders, would you?
To comment on the survey or
So if you want, I can do it.
Yeah, you can definitely do it. I suppose you made the survey, so maybe it's
yes, for the first question, the white collar workers, about 64% thought that the management recommendation will be the start for the retirement. Some 27% thought it was at own request, and a big part is a lack of motivation and excessive demands. It's interesting, I think. For the blue color, it's more the health reasons as expected. Not as well, the management recommendation is not so powerful. Then in the case of the white collar people, it's interesting. And the lack motivation of the blue collar people is lower of the white collar than the white collar. It's very interesting. So the third question was about the effects in other countries. It's yes, the age of it's hard work. The right work for elder people, it's 55%. 27% of our here said that the expectation of the society is a strong factor. And I can underline this because when I'm looking in the internet for retirement in Austria, I found a lot of things about early retirement and not a lot of things about late retirement. Lifelong learning, essential question, yes. And the need of money is with 27% in Austria, a question for women, which are low pensions at all. And it's possible when you're in retirement, in normal retirement age in Austria, you can earn money beside your pension. Which are the most powerful motivating factor? Satisfactory work, appreciation, colleagues, management, and the participation in the design of work and work patterns is really low. It's interesting. I thought it must be higher. Yes, and the last question, in what will be the perfect age to think about or to speak about? 1/3 is at 40, 1/3 at 45, and you see 55 is a little bit late for the participant of this poll. So it's not representative, but it's interesting, I think so.
Yeah, thanks.
And it's possible to save this survey, I think, if everybody is interested. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina and Christina. Yeah, thank you for guiding us through this question catalogue, which of course reflects our personal opinion. But I think it's quite interesting to see, to have a look at these results. Well, we are still in the time frame.
Is Brigitte have a hold hand, or it's?
No, I put down my hand. Sorry,
Okay.
I just forgot to do that.
No problem.
Okay, so are there any questions at this point? Does anybody would like to make a comment here?
No written remarks in the chat.
Okay, okay. Well, thank you very much so far. I think what I thought was quite interesting is that the last question, I don't know how you feel about that, but I think we all agree somehow that age 55 is definitely too late to think about that. And I also think that thinking about about our future career, or a sustainable future career, is well, we should really start earlier, just as we should start keeping learning throughout our life really early. You know, we talk about lifelong learning. We've been talking about that for a long time, but lifelong learning really has to start earlier than at the age of 60 or 70. We really have to start at an earlier point. Like, I think this ties in with this last question you posed, Christina.
Yes, and it's very essential for person with a low first learning experience, you know?
Yes.
Like the persons Anna talked some about.
Yeah. Yes, okay. So right now, I guess it's time. Shall we have a short break now? And after the break, we will go on with our next presentation, which is Brigitte's presentation. Are you ready for a break?
Yeah.
Okay, may I ask a question? Do I have to organize that the video is shown, or is it organized by someone else? I just have to know whether I had to prepare in the break or not.
You have to prepare.
Okay.
And do you need any help for that?
Thomas is here already, so I hope we can handle it together.
Okay, great. Well, so I would say, according to our schedule, let's meet again at 11:15. Is that okay?
That's
great.
Thank you, Helga.
See you then. Bye-bye. Ich bin da in dem Zoom-Meeting und ich habe parallel ein Video und bin jetzt als nächste dran und muss also dieses Video einschalten.
Bitte den Ton ausschalten.
Yes. For those who are still here, please switch off the audio so that we won't hear your voices during the break. Thank you.
Helga, du hast dein Video an. Weißt du eh.
Hallo meine Liebe, grüß dich. Ich habe dir gerade zurückgeschrieben, was ich gesehen habe. Ja. Aha, okay. Super. Nein, der ist ganz, also ich habe schon, das habe ich noch nicht gesehen, wird nur auf das geantwortet jetzt. Okay, passt, na weil, ja, super, gern. Und er arbeitet brav und ist ganz vorsichtig. Naja, ich dachte, ich habe gehört, Sie haben gerade eine Pause gemacht, jetzt tue ich bohren. Also, er hatte gewartet bis jetzt, das hat super geklappt. Ja, okay, gut, danke, bis später, danke.
Starten wir wieder. Also sie fängt an, die Helga, und wenn sie aufhört, sage ich gar nichts, sondern es kommt das Video. Und abschalten muss ich sie dann nicht mehr, das schaltet sich automatisch.
Hinter dich hört man.
Ja. Das glaube ich. Ja. Stummschalten Mikro.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Sorry.
Why sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Christine, are you there? Christine from ASIP?
Now, she's here.
Yes.
I had been here.
Yeah, thank
before.
you. I was just wondering, you know, the recording was on all the time during the break. Do you think we could switch this off during the break? Because we don't need the recording.
It's not my.
Who is in charge of that?
Planners
Okay.
Say in the beginning.
Yes,
you know.
but I think, yeah, I kept it on because it's not much work to cut it out, but then I'm 100% sure that we film everything, if that is okay for you.
Okay.
And I just cut it out.
No
Yeah.
problem. Okay, thank you very much, Christine. Okay, so welcome back. Is everyone back, or should we wait? Let's have a look. Is everyone back? Okay, great. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, well, our next presenter, our second presenter is Brigitta Schwarzer. I'll shortly introduce Brigitta because it's her first time here today. Brigitta is an entrepreneur with a legal and industrial background. She is the owner of Inara, I-N-A-R-A, a governance and compliance platform for managers and board members. And apart from her economic focus, she deals with gender and age diversity issues as an integral part of good governance. And well, Brigitta today is going to present an interview with Susanne Oberleitner-Fulmeck from Nester Gold, as we've already heard. And then she will give us a summary. And after that, we will all have the opportunity to ask questions if we want to. Brigitta, the floor is yours. Are you ready? I can't hear you. Brigitta, can you hear me? Huh?
Mikrofon einschalten, bitte. Ah, perfect.
So, yeah, we try to set up the video. Thomas is helping me.
Mm-hmm.
So, just a moment, please. So maybe I start as long as we, do you hear me?
Yes.
Maybe I start with a short introduction, what Nester Gold really is. Christine and Susanne mentioned already the so-called Nester Gold seal of approval, which identifies companies that create an age-appropriate working environment for their employees and promote the general dialogue within the workforce. And Susanne Oberleitner-Fulmeck, as we heard before, is one of the initials of Nester Gold 11 years ago. And she explains in the interview, and we have cut out only a short sequence of the interview because it was held in German, and I will give you some kind of summary later on, why she will explain why generation management should be introduced as soon as possible, wherever possible, and which companies and organizations have already received such seed. So the floor is now to Susanne, and we start the presentation. Can you see it?
Yeah,
we can see. I would suggest that everyone except for you mutes their microphone.
The quality, the quality of her voice is very poor, or is okay.
Die schauen wir oft nicht und wir haben dort die größte Burnout-Rate. Also wenn man sich das empirisch anschaut, haben wir dort die größte gesundheitliche Herausforderung im Gesamten, weil die Menschen noch in der vollen Konkurrenz sind. Sie müssen sich
May I just step in here? This is a very short period at the beginning in German, and you can switch to English in a minute.
für sich, für ihr Leben zu erreichen. Und dann kommt noch was Wichtiges dazu. In dieser Phase des Lebens haben wir oft Eltern, die schon alt sind, die pflegebedürftig sind. Vielleicht haben wir noch pubertierende Kinder oder vielleicht auch noch ganz kleine Kinder. Ich kenne viele Frauen, die mit über 40 ihre ersten Kinder kriegen. Das ist ja mittlerweile anders. Und ich kenne Männer, die im Führungsjob sind und mit 55 plötzlich noch einmal anfangen mit einer gesamten Familie. Also das ist doppelt und dreifache Herausforderung. Und ich finde es gilt bewusst auch auf diese Generation zu schauen. Also Vorbereitung heißt für mich, sich bewusst dieser Zielgruppe auch einmal anzunehmen und nicht hinarbeiten, auch im Sinne von, es geht eh nichts weiter, irgendwann einmal gehst du in Pension und dann ist es halt so weit, sondern wirklich bewusst hinschauen. Und jetzt sage ich die Babyboomer-Generation. Also ich denke mir, wenn es Menschen gibt, die schon ihre Tage bis zur Pension zählen, dann braucht man da leider nicht mehr viel tun. Der Prozess ist gelaufen. Aber wenn ich Menschen habe, die noch 3, 4 Jahre in Richtung aktives Arbeiten, mich engagieren wollen, gestalten wollen, von mir habe, dann gilt es auch, die zu unterstützen und die vorzubereiten. Ja? Weil Wissenssicherung ist eines der wichtigsten Maßnahmen, die ich heute unterstützen muss. Und das heißt jetzt nicht, dass alles, was die älteren Generationen hier wissen, unbedingt erhalten bleiben muss. Das ist mir schon klar. Die Jungen wollen auch ihr Recht einfordern. Ich kann auch was, ich weiß auch was. Ja? Aber dieser Generationendialog, ja, ist genau in dieser Phase die letzten 4, 5, 6 Jahre vor dem Antritt zur Pension und gemeinsam mit den Jüngeren wirklich zu führen. So I'm switching to the English language, of course. Thank you very much, and I will start in order that you will see the screen now. So starting, Susanne Oberleitner-Fulneck, I am the organizational development consultant and a very much inspired assessor for Nester Gold, like Brigitte has mentioned. I start, first of all, what first ends Nester Gold? Because maybe if you are living in Austria or nearby Germany or Switzerland, you may have the feeling that Nester might be coffee. No, it's not a coffee. It looks like a coffee on the wording, but it means a lot of guidelines for a really gradual introduction of a multi-general, professor, intergeneral, as I mentioned, management and a dialogue between those generations. First of all, I would like to address the situation that we try to find the focus on the self-assessment. That means that the organization is really in a position of having an assessment on themselves, on the work environment, where the gender and the age issues are taken really into account. And the approach that emphasizes those positive aspects is covered through that what we call Nester Gold field of quality. That means we are evaluating the measures and we really confirm the effectiveness of those measures. And this is done through the certification course of Nester Gold. That means social ministry and other leading development departments of the trade associations and trade unions are leading in those certification board issues. How start with Nester Gold? First of all, the commitment, as I mentioned, is one of the most important things. We could start with the charter, that means giving the goal. It's an internal or external signal, and we have a process of about 4 steps in order to achieve a real seal of quality. The next step means that you start with your self-assessment. That means you have a status evaluation and you find out if you would be able already to achieve the seal of quality. Normally, the organization starts to develop an action plan. And this action plan is something we would like to recognize a little bit more than a normal action plan. That means you get some kind of award, so mid-time award that is called Nester Gold Clinic. And it's the recognition that you are already on the way. And the next step will be that we start some kind of evaluation through the assessment in order to find out if those 4 fields of action and 29 indicators that are included in the Nester Gold process are really reached or met. And I will come to that later on because you have to understand that those 4 fields of action are not the normal actions you may find in an organizational development program, but as a specific systemic way of approach. So 4 fields of action. First of all, you have individual, culture, organizational, and vitality field of actions. Those 4 fields, starting with the individual field of action, mentioned, is divided into self-management and leadership responsibility. Like I mentioned before, we find out that the split of responsibility is very much important in order to achieve the seal of quality. The levels of those actions, the self-responsibility and the management responsibility, they are characterized by independent work structuring, for instance, or by diversity orientation, or covering work-life balance issues and covering specific education programs, for instance. Then if you look to the field of culture, this is including values and attitudes, especially also learning culture, as well as the total corporate culture, of course, and means a very open communication way of how to deal together. Then we have organizational issues. On one hand, how you staff, what kind of processes you would like to design, but especially we address the effectiveness of those processes. That is more important than to have the processes in mind and have some kind of nice documentation. And the vitality, as I mentioned before, that stands for, of course, a commitment of sustainability, as I mentioned. That means, on one hand, long-term cooperations, further development, gender and age mainstreaming issues covering, and of course, the total market appeal that is important on that. So, including those 4 fields of action, we have 29 indicators. Those 29 indicators, they really have to be met if you want to achieve an ESTA Gold seal of quality. And you mentioned the sustainability. That means when you really have an achievement, a recognition in your organization of ESTA Gold, that means it is one step. Of course, maybe it's the second or the third step already, and you might be proud in order to have it achieved, but our focus is on a continuous improvement process. That means go on, develop furthermore, really go into praxis, and then you start with the recertification process within the next 3 years. Just a little bit feeling on the companies. Well, most of those, they have already the seal of quality. Some of those have just received the ESTA Gold BWIG award, so they are on the way. But many companies have had really very much appreciative process in order to develop their own organization furthermore. Yeah, and well, if you want to be a wise mentor and advisor like DESPER, as the name stands, within the University Lydias, should it mean then you start really to call for the roadmap of how to start and go on for productive teaching at ESTA Gold. And this is an invitation. You can call us, you will get free of charge first consulting discussion, and we are happy to see you in our next ESTA Gold Vernetzungsdialog, like we called it in Austria. Thank you very much.
Okay. So thank you very much. I'm sorry for the little problems we had in the beginning. In effect, the interview I had with Susanne lasted for about 15 minutes, and I will try to pick out some of the questions and the answers we discussed last week. One question I posed to her was about the importance for companies and organizations to commit to intergenerational equity, and the question what could they specifically do? Arno, you raised the question when Susanne had her speech. Susanne referred to the demographic change, to the fact that the baby boomers retire, and that is valid not only for Austria, that's valid for Europe and the whole world. And we stressed the importance of corporate health management in our discussion, which plays a central role. And here I would like to make some remarks, which we did not discuss because that would have lasted too long, but they may be of interest for you and I would like to discuss with you. According to international studies, Austrian women have 57.1 healthy years in their life, and Austrian men 57 on average, naturally. The EU average is 64.2 healthy years for women and 63.5 for men, which is quite some difference. And that is insofar remarkable as Austria has one of the most expensive health systems worldwide. And that poses problems. In Austria, the statutory retirement age, the regular retirement age for employees is 60 years for women for the time being and 65 years for men. From 24 until 33, the regular retirement age for women will increase to 65 also. And that's quite interesting. The actual retirement age compared to the regular retirement age was 57 for women and 58.7 for men in 2008 and increased to 59.5 for women and 61.3 for men in the year 2019. I would be interested then how is the situation in other countries and in how far there is a reference how high, so to say, it's a regular retirement age in the countries. In Germany, as we heard before, it's 67. I discussed with Susanne then when the process of dealing with aging appropriate work should start. We had the questions which we answered before. Susanne mentioned, and you heard that, those of you who understand some German, that not all employees count the days until retirement. Many still want to get involved, and that has to be supported by the employers. We should preserve and transfer the knowledge to the next generation. And that will be even of more importance the more baby boomers retire. For example, the ÖBB, the state train organization, they lose, I don't know, 30% of their staff due to that fact. And I imagine that's not quite different in other countries. I discussed with Susanne then, and she mentioned in her presentation, you do not really apply for the Nestor Gold seal or award. It's a process you commit to start, and it's 29 criteria. And maybe a personal remark, we should reduce the criteria to maybe the half. 10 to 15 would be enough and focus on what is really important. I do not go into detail because I would like to reserve some time to discuss with you how the process works. Susanne gave you an impression in her presentation. We discussed then what the advantage is for companies to be certified. and that's the satisfactory rate of the employees. And due to demographic reasons, it will be more difficult in the future to acquire appropriate work staff. And that's quite clear. You have to do more to keep employees on board and keep them motivated and satisfied. Susanne mentioned in the last slide some companies which have achieved such a seal. The next award will be given in the next few weeks. We'll see whether Corona will allow that or not. Maybe I give you some examples now and refer to the top 10 soft skills which the World Economic Forum in Davos publishes every second year. And that's quite interesting. Among those 10 top skills is complex problem solving, attention to detail and trustworthiness, emotional intelligence, reasoning, problem solving, and ideation. And all these skills which seniors normally are capable, have more capabilities than younger people. We can discuss that afterwards, but nobody will really doubt that. On the other hand, young people, they are quicker, they are more flexible and maybe more innovative and creative. But as we heard before, the generation dialogue could balance those differences. And I asked Susanne then in the interview who advises the companies entering into the Neste Gold seal process. And there's a number of assessors, mostly women, existing who do that. And we discussed then whether the assessors should be young people or older people, as we are. And that was quite interesting. Then we came to the same opinion. Only seniors, as we are, have some practical experience what it means to get older and when to deal the first time with aging and with later retirement. And as we heard, there are several reasons why people retire. In Austria, with employees, it often is an employer's recommendation. So I know a number of people of my age who were more or less forced to retire. They had achieved the regular retirement age, but a woman with 60 years, the women among us, we know that we do not feel like 30, but we definitely are capable in case we are healthy enough. That's a condition to continue intellectual work. So I would like to stop my summary here to have some minutes saved for discussion. What is your opinion with regard to the difference between regular retirement age and actual retirement age? Was it and what the average retirement age in your countries? I would be really interested, and maybe even beyond my presentation now, we could exchange ideas on that. Thank you for listening.
Okay, Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Brigitte. And at this point, I would also like to thank you for taking care of the chat section, which you are not doing now, but Christina is taking over now. I'm just typing in a question in a minute, but maybe we will refer back to what you've just said. What the situation like in other countries is, if you have any input in this respect, all those colleagues from the other countries, please feel free to put that in the chat section. So let's wait for a couple of minutes or a minute or so.
Yes, I can share something about the Netherlands, situation in the Netherlands. Is it okay for you, Helga?
Yeah, please.
Okay, Brigitte.
Thank you.
Well, in the Netherlands, I think it was 2 years ago, we raised the official date of retirement from 65 till 67. And I just learned last week from an investigation that from research that also the actual retirement age was raised. It was something about 60 years, 61 years for women. And at this moment it's 63, 64 years also. So because of, I'm sorry, I've got an allergy, so sometimes I need my handkerchief. So the actual retirement age is also become higher, because of the official date was also got higher. So that it is an interfering process. It is not only a situation of a motivation of an individual, of a company, but also has to do with the official retirement rates the government decides.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to contribute?
It's a little bit, just the fact of discussing it is changing something. Same in Austria, as you've seen. We discuss a lot the retiring age, and it's increasing slowly, but it is increasing.
I agree with all that. One factor which was not mentioned until now is how the corona pandemic does or does not influence retirement age and health management within the corporations. In the morning, we heard in the news there is a study that corona will promote cancer. We know cancer can occur not only with people at the age of 80, but much earlier. And when I read that, I have the feeling that those circumstances will further promote the importance of keeping employees in a health condition as far as possible. And we know about long COVID, and that's a problem in Austria. I have friends who suffer from long COVID, and they are tired all the day, and that of course influences working capabilities.
Thank you very much, Brigitte. Actually, I just put in that question in the chat, but somehow it didn't work. It's not in the chat section, it's on I can see it, but someone else.
Yes, it is in the chat.
Yes, we can see it in the chat.
Because, oh, I see, okay. But you've already answered this question now. Thank you very much. Okay. Are there any additional questions you would like to pose to Brigitte?
Well, I think now Corona is diminishing. I hope so.
Hopefully.
The economic situation leads to a labor market which asked, we need all the people. And therefore, I think it's also the retirement age will rise further because we need everyone. So the employers do a lot of effort to keep their employees on board.
Yeah, I fully agree. Due to the demographic situation I pointed out before, it's necessary to keep us in a good health condition, not only for economy savings. And I would believe, and I personally would be interested in being an assessor for health management in corporations. I worked for large corporations in former years, and that would be really challenging to enter corporations now with such specific advisory program.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And we also see in the Netherlands, for instance, labor organizations are also thinking in a different way. Till now, they are thinking the older employees need extra holiday days and free hours a week. And now they are thinking how to keep those employees healthy and fit for a job.
I mean, I don't know what the legal situation for holidays is in the Netherlands. In Austria, it's increasing up to 5 weeks. And we have, I don't know, 13 or 14 holidays per year. So I would believe that that's quite enough. There are discussions in progress of reducing it. And in many corporations, we have flexible working hours. So people can save 3 days.
That's the same in the Netherlands, I think.
But I think it was necessary to see the studies that I found out, because it's interesting that a lot of them are published by Federal and so on. I think they are all thinking about that. And that it's not as it was before, so it was only for the companies they have to deal with. Now, really, the government is dealing with, and there are a lot of studies, not one. It's you have seen there have been 5. It's all published by, I don't know, all these ones. And I think they know now to do a lot of things. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you all very much for your contributions. And I think it's time to move on to our next presenter. The third presenter is Michael Bobig. Should I say Michael or Michael?
As you want.
Okay, okay. So I'll stay with Michael, okay? So among other things, Michael's field of expertise is industrial production and sustainability. And throughout his life, he combined university education and professional hands-on career. And today, Michael is going to introduce a selection of examples that show how companies and organizations have been approaching and dealing with today's topic over the past years. And he raises the question of what are the critical factors that decide over stay or leave from the point of view of the employer. Okay, Michael, would you like to start?
Yes, can you see the presentation?
Yes, it's well, we can see the slides on the side as well. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. You will see that what I'm telling you now is partly a wrap up of what you already heard today and what you will hear in the rest of the day. And I have to say it mostly reflects my own experience of my working life. As Helga already told you, about half of my working life, I was working in an international industrial company, and most of the time I was responsible for rather big teams of people. So most of the time I was the one who made the rules and not was ruled. So therefore, it might be a little bit one-sided. Okay, identifying criteria. What you see is the opinion of the employers. So might be. Do you see now the whole picture?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay. So essentially, there are three groups of causes. One is health, of course. We will see a little bit more about it in the next slides. Can be divided into physical problems and psychological problems. And you will also see that they are not the same people who have physical and the psychological problems. The most important point beside health is the specific expertise of the people. If you are unique in your expertise, then you are rather sure because you are not replaceable. It's also important keeping pace with accelerated change of skills requirements. I will show you a little bit more about that in the next slide. Of course, the flexibility of older people and personal willingness for job rotation. Of course, it's holds for all ages, but mostly it's addicted to the older ones, that they are not so flexible or willing. To my experience, that's not right. That's part of the individuality of the people. And also important, managers' acknowledgement for experience and professionality of individuals is important point, and is maybe a hindering point. Of course, the third group of causes is continuity of company ownership and of financial stability. This cannot be influenced mostly by the individuals, by the employees, but we have not to forget these questions, especially in restructuring or reduction of personnel cost positions. And there's also a point on the question of private or public employment. Now coming to the details. First point is health. What does this mean? Physical health, that's important for manual workers if a transition to a less strenuous position is not possible. If you look at this guy on the picture, can you imagine that he can fulfill his work with trembling hands at an age of 60? I don't know. We have to admit that there is an age-related reduction of power. You can work against that, but working speed, responsiveness, and attentiveness. And of course, what holds for all ages is physical health endangered by stress through chemicals, loud noise, and also by continuous attentiveness. If you have to be at 100% attentive at all the day, then this might be reduced with age. Psychological health, there are many causes, of course. Monotony of work steps or working environment that reduces intelligence, of course, intelligence, and enjoyment of work. Long-lasting uniformity generates loss of interest and preparedness. If you're doing the same all the time, then you can do it in your sleep and might not be attentive in the right instant. What is mostly cited today? Burnout. Burnout is right. I know very well what this means. Of course, in many cases, when people say I have a burnout, it's mostly a depression. But burnout is a real thing. Through management, oppressiveness, or deadline pressure, you don't need any person. You have just a deadline or lack of perspective. disregard of individuality, and of course, fear of substitution by younger employees or by automatization. Just a glimpse on our query you will hear more about in the afternoon. What is the main motive for early retirement in Austria, according to what managers say? And here you have the blue and the yellow data. You see that for the blue collar workers, it's mostly physical overload. That's the main point. But for the white collar workers, mostly management says, so we have enough, please stay at home for early retirement. Yeah, for early retirement. Of course, there are always a percentage of people, of employees, him or herself say, I've done enough work in my life, so it's okay. And of course, societal expectations that do not help in staying longer. The second group of causes is critical of specific expertise. Some more words on that. Uniqueness of expertise is very helpful. If you are the one or only one of few that know very much about the special important step, then you're on the secure side. Otherwise, employees are especially endangered in industry sectors with shallow differentiation of tasks in the workforce. Of course, if you do the same as the 5 people near you, then these 5 people can do your work instantly. And of course, short required training periods for newcomers or job changers. Second point, fast progress of change of explicit and implicit skills requirements is rather challenging, especially you may imagine in automatization and IT sector. If you put me, for instance, in the IT sector, I would fail very quickly because I'm not a native, IT native. So the same is of course for many people in my generation. Important is employees' flexibility and personal willingness for transition. If you are flexible and willing, then this will help you a lot. Of course, we have not to forget, inappropriately, sometimes older employees, if I mentioned the 2 guys at the gallery of the Muppet Show, tend to argue that it used to be better before. I had a lot of such people in my career. And the other side, of course, new managers missing acknowledgement of experience and professionality is a danger. This holds especially for new leaders with the hard knuckling shoes coming in, eager to show that they are more efficient than their predecessors. They tend to overrate their own capabilities and underrate those of their staff. What do managers say if you ask them, what do you expect from older employees? And if I say older, I always mean 55 plus, not 45 plus. The most important point is expert knowledge. Expert knowledge is the regime of the older employees. And of course, there's a big old tree in the wood, and all those younger people can cling to it and ask, what would you do in this situation? Networking ability, of course, you gain with age. Of course, also knowledge of unwritten rules. And what managers expect, of course, is that they train younger employees. The third group of causes deciding over to stay or to leave is continuity of ownership and of financial stability. This is mostly not influenceable by the people, but of course, restructuring or reduction of personnel cost positions in a company is always a danger. And when a company's costs exceed their revenues, especially older employees with supposedly less capacity for work and commitment, but higher wages are in danger. We already talked about that, and might be we come back to this question later on. Moreover, not to forget, if you come in as a new manager and have a team of various ages, in many cases, the new manager, who might be very young, fears the old people as troublemakers, who critically question their decisions and harass their reputation. Of course, if there is the possibility, they get rid of these troublemakers. And there's one point not to forget: in public utilities administration, employees may be endangered after elections when adhering to a losing political group. But this is not the main point of our presentation now. But this is one of the causes. And in my career, I had a lot of people sitting before me begging for a job. And they told me I have been a politician and so on. And then the new administration came, I have lost my job, and now I'm 53. What should I do now? What managers say what is missing in Austria in order to prevent early retirement? Of course, most of them say societal expectations. So that's what we just discussed some minutes before. If the retirement age, the normal retirement age is rising, then society expects that you work longer. I retired at an age of 66, and I was asked by many people, why didn't you retire earlier? So I said, but I like to work. There are many people that didn't understand this. What's never the point is financial incentives, because if you stay in the job longer, you will have, of course, a higher wage than in the retirement. Some say long-term planning is missing. Some say what we already talked about before, age-appropriate tasks. And some say flexibility of older employees is missing. And some also say the flexibility of companies is missing. So, reminder, what are the critical factors that decide whether to stay or to leave? Health, of course, physical health. We have seen that the blue-collar workers are mostly affected by this problem, and I can show you an example later on. Psychological, yeah, that's not a point that can't be overcome. But if you're physically down, then it's not easy to say bring you back to job. The most important point from my view is specific expertise. If you have a unique expertise, you will be asked by your managers to stay longer and not the other way around. But what might be a problem today is keeping pace with accelerated change of skills requirements, especially in the IT sector, especially in automatization, because it's not so easy for older people to to fulfill all these new necessities. And the third point, continuity of company ownership and of financial stability. Yeah. Again, if you are if you have your unique expertise, nobody in a new company or new management will try to get rid of you because they need you. They need you. So be unique. Okay, so that was the, say, theoretical wrap up, and now we have prepared 5 selected companies and looked at how they deal with the mentioned questions. You will see that there are very big companies and very, very small companies too. So that's just look at the horizon, and if you would like to know more about a special company, only in one case I can mention the company's name. In the other cases, the company didn't allow that we tell their name, but of course they gave us the data. Of course. So let's go to the first point. Noske Cooks in Bruck-an-der-Mur is in Styria. This is my client. I can tell you more about them. This pulp and paper factory was an independent company for many decades and was bought by Noske Cooks some few decades ago. They produce special lightweight coated paper for magazines, and about 700 tons per day. That's a lot. They have actually 410 employees, but they increase the number because the market is very good for them. 2/3 are workmen and 1/3 is working in an office. And what is, of course, typical for this industry, 90% are male. I haven't seen in any of the pulp and paper factories women working on in the workshop. But of course, it should be possible. Why not? What is important in this case? All these people, especially also the workmen, are responsible for very expensive equipment. Very expensive equipment. If somebody makes a wrong decision, then many, many millions of euros might be lost. Which problems do they have? They have a special problem. It's hard to find young apprentices and replacement for retired technical experts on the labor market. They are not near a city. They're in the middle of the country, between the mountains, on the river Mürt. Mürt is a tributary of the Mur, which is the biggest river in Styria. So what's the problem for production workers? Because of this expensive equipment, they need at least 4 years training period until they can be left alone on the machine, and that's very, very long. Hence, HR tends to keep employees as long as possible, and they are not interested that workers retire early. Workers are mostly from the region and normally very loyal. They don't change to other companies. Even if pulp and paper industry in Austria is a strong industry, and they could easily change to other companies, but they do not. Problem 1: physical health of the manual workers, of the workmen. Especially, they have a 3-shift day. The shift workers from an age of 50 on are increasingly suffering from sleep disorder and from circulatory problems, and therefore in most cases they have to retire at an age of 57. And because also for these workmen there are only few replacement jobs available. So you can't say, okay, you're an important person, we can give you another job in the same company. Problem 2, holding for the people in the administration, they have a very small administration staff from cost-cutting purposes, and these have a very high work pressure, especially now they're just constructing 2 new boilers, and this means high increasement of work in the moment. They also have to permanently supervise the expensive investment, and this results in many cases in a near burnout. The manager said, we have to continuously look at each other in order to prevent individual overload. So they have also really the advice that everybody looks at his colleague next to him if he is overloaded. Okay, not very different, but rather different. Timber industry is another company in timber production and trade. They have staff of 71. Half of them are 50 plus. I know that 71 cannot divide it by 2, but might be there's one who is exactly 50. Then this could be taken as half. They give an advice for the management of seniors. Please appreciate all employees, even if you know them for a very long time. Tell them sometimes that you're content with them. Create a pleasant working environment and atmosphere in order to compensate for monetary desires. Of course, these people come and so please pay me more. You know very well that this is just a factor that helps 1 year, not longer. Then, of course, installing more targeted and efficient personal search. Don't take everyone who is standing before your door. Look at the people if they will fit to your team. And of course, rethink human resources management, adapt to a knowledge-based regime, and accept that different generations have different needs. Very different. A small company working in property management, that's a state agency specializing in very well-preserved apartments in high-end residential areas in Vienna, but at moderate price levels. There seems to be a contradiction, moderate price level in high-end residential areas, but it looks that there are some cases available. They only have a manager and 4 employees. These 4 employees are in different age groups, 20 plus, 30 plus, 40 plus, 50 plus. The problems is what the manager says, the salary expectations of the old employees. They say, I'm older, therefore I have to earn more. But if they do the same work, why should they earn more? Interesting in this case, training time, the manager says the training time is too long in relation to the usually short duration of the employment. So there seems to be a high turnover, personal turnover, and they say, okay, if I know that you're leaving us in 2 years, why should we train you for a few months? This is interesting, and thanks thanks to Hans-Jörg Preiss, he's also watching today, and he gave me this information. Tourism company acting quite internationally, but Austrian-based. They have various tourism-related activities, including operation of hotels, and who is ground operator for international travel agencies. Maybe you don't know what ground operator means. That means that if you are booking a voyage to, say, India, you won't do all the things in India there, but you lease a ground operator who does this and pays them accordingly. The number of employees is rather high, seasonally fluctuating, and they have interesting career opportunities, even for rather young employees. Important findings. In this company or group of companies, the actual performance is the dominant criterion if someone stays or has to leave. The actual performance, independent of age or performance history. It's not important how you did 2 years ago. It's important what you're able to do now. They have a very high personal turnover in sectors with permanent customer contact, and maybe you understand these pictures in the right on the right side. This is from a training video for receptionists. You have to be always friendly, even if you are not in the mood for that. And maybe for some people, after some time, this is not what they wanted. They also have a problem with young employees, which are often hired off by other agencies because they see their specific skills, and they never know which person will be in the company in 5 years and whom you train for another company. Of course, they have some jobs for older employees too. Some experienced older employees welcome as trainers. And interesting, but not surprisingly, only the IT staff is highly cared for and kept as long as possible. The others are welcome if they are friendly and nice, but only the IT staff has the special expertise that is sought for and is not easy to replace. Okay, this is the case of Gertrude, who is also in the team today. And if you have questions to that, then please put them directly to her. She has been working for a bank for a long time. She says 4 years longer than the statutory retirement age. And she had never a problem with generation contacts because, of course, again, she had the unique expertise and had a very good history of working with young teams, and the collaboration with young people was exceptionally efficient. I have to add here that, of course, this changed very much when I was young. We did not accept good hints from older people. You may remember that there was a saying, don't trust anyone who is older than 30. This changed a lot in the meantime, and my experience with students, I was working with students for long years, is if you are authentic, if you can show them that you have knowledge to share with them, then they accept you fully. And thanks to that, we also have not so much problems with age, with teachers higher age. Okay, I think this ends my presentation, but of course I'm open for question now.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. I don't know if I was the only one who had that problem. I couldn't see the files at the end anymore. Did everyone else see them?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, so I need
I've seen it.
Well, then it's my computer here, but it doesn't matter. I heard you anyway. So thanks a lot, Michael. It was most interesting to listen to your presentation and to hear how selected companies deal with the question of what decides over.
But you know my presentation, but because thanks to your input, I improved my English.
Thank you. Yeah. So thank you, Michael. And I think it was also very interesting to hear about the difference in the challenges these different companies face and have. And if I may, I would just step in here with something that happened to me years ago. I was working in the aviation business, which kind of connects to the tourism profile. And I was a very young flight attendant then, I think in my first year. And you mentioned the problem of people have to be polite, they have to be service oriented all the time. Also on that very specific day, they might not feel like that, you know, because they have a problem. So I was on one of my flights and I was in my mid-20s at that time. And I had at that time a rather old colleague. She was in her mid-30s. For me, that was rather old then. And we worked in the economy sector, in the economy department of the plane, where we have lots of passengers. And she was not polite at all. And I said, I talked to her and I said, hey, why are you being so rude to the passengers? And she said, because I don't like my job. And I said, well, why don't you quit your job? And she said, what should I do? You know, I'm 35. If I leave the company, I lose money, I lose all the benefits, and there is no alternative. So that really shocked me at that time. And in fact, that made me make the decision that I would study at university and kind of have a safe future life. If ever I wanted to change, I would have the opportunity to do that. So I think, as this has already been mentioned before, it is self-responsibility that is a very important issue when it comes to our working career. Okay, thank you for listening. Are there any questions, Brigitte?
Yeah, I myself posed a question. It was partly answered by you, Michael.
And by Helga.
In your presentation, I mentioned that I agree with all your arguments. However, according to my opinion, employers often recommend retirement in order to reduce the salary level. Maybe I bring in some new aspect. People at the regular retirement age could think about, in Austria, they can benefit from retirement, and it depends on how many years they have, but they can continue to work. They have to pay tax and other fees. But one could think to reduce the salary level when working beyond the retirement age. I do not know what the situation in the Netherlands is, for example. At ASEP, we have a reduced daily rate, and it's not a market fee which we ask for. It's lower, it's far lower than a market fee. And we think that's quite okay. Maybe we will increase it in the future, but it's not a problem for us as we benefit from our retirement salary.
It definitely will not reduce your salary, your retirement salary when working after your legal retirement age. Definitely not.
Yeah.
Before, yes, it may be, but not now, because they are not all the years. They are not all the years the base of your retirement salary. So if you have a small income, it doesn't matter. But after the legal retirement age, there is no problem at all. You can earn half you earned before, because you can ask for your retirement gratification at 60 women and 65 men.
Okay.
In the Netherlands, you can stay working after the legally retirement date. So that's at this moment, as I said, for 67 years old. And when you got that retirement salary, then you can earn as much as you want after that. And it's even more, the employer has more advantage, because the taxes the employer has to pay for a retired employee are lower, because they do not have to pay taxes anymore for employment safety insurance, etc.
The same in Austria.
Yeah, I think, yeah, no.
Okay.
But it's not very high.
No.
Sorry to interrupt. I benefit from both, from retirement salary and from active salary. And from my active salary, I have to pay the same percentage in the pension fund as I had before.
Yes.
That is different in the Netherlands.
Yeah, it is, because we do not have to pay retirement taxes anymore after legally retirement.
And that's really interesting.
Yeah, it is.
You have to do that until a certain level, but that level is 75,000 euro per year, which is quite high.
Yeah, it is. No, so the retired people in the Netherlands who are legally retired are interesting for employees, for financial reasons, not so
for employers, you mean?
For employers, sorry, for employers. Excuse me, yeah, employers. Not as much for the financial part, but the situation Michael presented just is the same over here. You also see here the other reasons of not matching to a job, or fearing more illnesses, etc. That are reasons they are not employed, those retired persons. But there are not financial obstacles at this moment.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah, it is.
We exchanged beyond that conference today, and maybe we're trying hard. There are some lobbying groups in Austria representing the interests of seniors to reduce the tax level.
Yeah, that's very interesting. But still, you do have those psychological and sociological reasons not to hire older people. Despite the financial advantages employers have.
I think in the Netherlands the situation is better than in Austria. I often went to the United States when I was young, 30, 40 years ago, and older people in shops, as sales assistants, in museums, as waitresses and waiters in restaurants, it was quite normal. And it's not normal in Austria today.
No. But it is also not normal in the Netherlands today. Also, despite those financial interesting adjustments, but in the blue collar jobs we see some changes happening at this moment, because people in blue collar jobs are very scarce at this moment. And that's the reason they look at elder employees to fill on those jobs. But it's only in the blue collar sector at this moment.
Maybe all starts with the blue collar sector.
Yeah.
People, it's a lower level, it's easier.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's interesting to ask this question also to Sonja, the situation in Slovakia, because I thought that was a bit different than compared to general Austria, Belgium, or the Netherlands. The reason why people work longer or after they are retired or not. Sonja, can you say something about that?
They don't have high salary, and then their retirement is not that high, and they need to earn some extra money if they are still enough healthy. So, but for example, what is the also difference is like most of Slovaks, they buy their properties, pay mortgage till getting retired, and then they can have free housing, because if they would have to pay a rent from the retirement, that would not be, I think, enough just to pay the flats, for example, the cost of living. So the main reason is this, but they normally do simple jobs like security somewhere in the buildings. But for example, doctors are a different position, because we don't have enough doctors. So they work by 70, 75 till they are really physically and mentally capable. I don't think this is the right approach, because I don't think they are really taking a lot of education, and the way they provide the healthcare is not the best. But I think that that is another category that they really like the job and is a routine for them. But people who have not had done jobs like medical or teacher at university, that they really take it as passion and hobby, then they have a reason, mostly financial, to work longer after retirement.
Well, dear colleagues, there has been a lot of input so far and new information and a vivid discussion. And I think, well, we've exceeded our time limit a bit now, and I think it's time for a lunch break. If you all agree, and we can continue our discussion later on. Is that okay for everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so our lunch break was actually scheduled for 20 past 12 until 10 to 1. So should we meet at 10 to 1 again? Is that too short?
Oh, that's fine.
Is that fine with everyone?
Yep.
Okay, so let's have a short...
5 to 1. 5 to 1.
5 to 1?
5 to 1.
Does everyone agree?
Okay. 5 to 1.
Okay, 5 to 1, thank you. Okay, so I wish you all an enjoyable lunch break, and we'll meet again at 5 to 1, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, should we switch off the recording? No.
You have a nice break, everybody.
Yes, thank you. Okay, welcome.
For the waiting time, I could have a comment to Brigitte Schwarzer.
Yes.
But she doesn't hear me.
Brigitte?
Yes.
I have a comment to you because you told before about your visit to the USA. I think the difference between the workmen in the US, the blue-collar workers in the US, and the blue-collar workers, for instance, at Northwest Cook in Austria, is that in the US you have a high percentage of laborers, non-skilled workers, who can change from one company to the other without any specific expertise. And I think this is unthinkable for European conditions. Is this right?
I think you are right. In the regulations in Austria are quite stricter than in the United States. For example, with hospital personnel, I had a cleaning woman from Serbia, and she worked in a hospital in Serbia, and she applied to work in Austria, and she was not allowed to. Finally, she moved to Germany because in Germany it was easier to get a hospital job.
That's interesting. Okay, I would say welcome back, everyone. Is everyone back? I hope you enjoyed this short lunch break, and if it's
Coffee
okay,
break.
Coffee break. Good. Okay. And it's now time for our final presentation, for our final big presentation by Gertrude Power. Gertrude's professional expertise is in the field of management and large-scale IT projects. We've heard that. And Gertrude is going to give us insight into publications as regards the employer's perception of how to keep the generation 55 plus on board for as long as possible. Things we've heard before, but some new input as well. So Gertrude, would you like to start, please?
Yes. No, I can't move it. Yes. I will give a short overview. The content is, we start with a motion parameter for one on retirement. I think it's good after lunchtime to feel free for new ideas. Then I had some surveys, figures, data, and facts, then the result of the evaluation service, and the management summary evaluation service and fields of action. You will recognize some things are different from the studies, some things are the same as we heard from the studies. Then we have a break, around about 15 minutes, and then we go to a group work. I have prepared a GEMS board for every group, and here you define measures we can use later for the companies. So now please take your smartphone, type menti.com. Then you are asked for the code. You'll see it here.
Menti.com.
And you type 80989657.
80.
What is the code?
8. Here you see it.
Okay.
Here you can read it. 8098.
Yeah.
Where is it? Okay, yes.
Yes, here you have the code.
On the top.
On the top, yes. And then you type how are you feeling thinking about your retirement? What is your feeling? But I see.
Nice.
Enter.
So,
Submit.
yes, you have to enter, submit.
Yes. And you can, you are able to change the language. I forgot to say it before. You may better to change it to English.
Fine.
I will have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Are we still 14 now?
No, at the moment we no. I don't think so. We are
13.
12.
13. 13. Please finish it.
Okay.
Okay. I think it's just okay, good.
Is there a second question or?
No, not. I just took one question.
Okay.
Yes, and now here we see for some far away, anti-black hole, too far, good, great, lighter weight, not good, fine, freedom. Here, small change compared to
work.
Okay, because there wasn't enough space. No. Okay. Yes, we can see it's different. It's different. One part says good, great, fine, freedom. These are the positive things, and the other one says anti-black hole. Yes, and far away. Yes, it was just to start the session because there are a lot of slides, and I thought it's good to have a look at your own feeling about your own retirement. I change to the presentation. First, we see the figures, data, and facts. There were interviews from June to August this year. The average duration for the long interviews was 20 minutes. We had around about 100. The contacts were with the management, with the personnel management, and one part with employees. But here our focus is on the interviews with the management and the personnel management. The age was between 39 and 53. The average age 57, average age was 53. The industries were finance, insurance, consulting, IT, trade and industry, and different. Yes, you can read it here. It's really nearly never twice one industry. The size of the enterprise is between 400 and 700 employees. The average 125 employees. The age structure, 10% older than 60 years, 21% between 50 and 60 years. It means 1/3 more than 50 years old. Yes. And if you recognize that we have a lot of employees, it's a big part older than 50 years. The documentation was an electronic survey tool. The result. Here we have the questions, and beyond you see the answers. How do you track the age development of your staff? 42% say is not specially evaluated. Special evaluation just for key workers and some average age trees. The other ones I think are not really important. The next question was, how are the different qualifications, professional, social, of employees kept in evidence? Most, 76%, only in the employee interviews. Most of them have it once a year, some of them twice a year. The next important is our personal database. Some just have a training plan, some just use the curriculum vitae. Yes, but I think here is an action field, because just to talk about it in the employee interview is not very efficient. Are there regular evaluations and comparisons with the requirement profiles? 60% say yes, 40% say no. Does the company have a strategy for updating knowledge and skills until requirement? Most no. Here some ideas for the companies who said no: training plans, regular further education, a boarding process, and career plans. The next question was, how would you rate the communication between employees? Good and very good. Then you would see it's nearly the same, the communication between employees with a larger age difference, good and very good, most of. Then the communication of managers with older employees, the same, relaxed, constructive. Yes, communication seems to be no problem. Are cross-generational teams deliberately formed to embrace everyone's knowledge? 53% said yes, and 46% no. Is the workplace of employees who have been working in the same area for a long time enriched with job enrichment, job enlargement? Nearly 60% no. But here you have ideas how to do it: continuing education tasks, mentor function for younger people, projects and additional tasks, creative additional tasks, advancement and further development. This could be ideas to enrich it. The next question was, is it possible that by switching task areas, for instance, job rotation, constant further learning for the employees is promoted? 62% say yes, but I think they say yes, but they don't do it. No, they say appropriate expertise is required to do it. Organizational problems, not reasonable and only possible in small steps. We're coming to the next. Are there working time models that can be adapted to life phases of the employees? 54% yes. What are the examples? It's partial retirement, succession planning, flexible part-time work, home office, reduction of hours. Do older employees try to master new technologies as well as younger ones? This is astonishing. 85% say yes. But here I think maybe it's not so when you look at the company really. No, say out of necessity, efforts available, companies must make it possible. And then strengthening digital competence, participation in training courses. Is know-how transfer within the company systematically organized? Is learning from each other specially promoted? Most of them, 61% say yes. And the focus is on learning in a team, common project objectives, regular lessons learned, and then someone said timely handover, trainings and manuals. Are there further training programs for employees who only have a compulsory school leaving certificate? No, 70%. Just some of have apprenticeship training and training courses. As most or some said it's not relevant for them because the employees get training on the job. Are demographic developments taken into account in personnel planning? 57% say yes. Are training plans defined during employee interviews? You can say nearly 100%. Is getting older including in the employee interview? 70% no. You don't speak about getting older. Is further education offered to all employees regardless of position, age, and length of service? 85% say yes. Do older employees participate in further education to the same extent as younger employees? Nearly 60% say yes. 40% say why not, lack of motivation or rejection by the manager. Are there any support programs in the company for older people beyond 50 or 55 years? No, nearly 100%. And this 7% say they have active search of employees 50 plus, program fit to work, and succession planning. What further education measures are there in your company? Most are external courses, internal courses, and coaching. Intergenerational learning, nothing. In-house internship, cross-generation exchange, nothing. Mentoring, it's for some companies important. Were employees hired last year? 75% mainly younger people were hired. And only 11% mainly older ones were hired. Is it sometimes difficult to refill a position when someone retires? Yes, 62%. Are there any concrete plans to avoid health burden? 50-50. And here are some examples. Employment of occupational physicians, company doctor, health checkups, health promotion, health management, seal of approval of the health insurance company, employee survey. Do employees receive support when it comes to health and ergonomic work design? 73% say yes. And here the same you saw before, and labor law requirements, security representative. In workplace evaluation, the recording of psychological stress is also scanned. Is there a difference between old and younger employees? 80% say no. This was in a very quick the overview of the answers of to the survey. And then I have picked out what advice would you give to someone who wants to keep their employees in the company organization until their regular retirement? As this was one question, and I have here three parts. One part is field of application and working environment. One part are the requirements for the employee, and needs and motivation. The most important is the optimal area of application, fair treatment, working in cross-generational projects and teams, a positive working atmosphere, open communication, involve employees in decisions, flexible working time patterns, timely planning, including succession. This is one part. And the requirements for the employees, one of the most important is digital competence, providing know-how and experiences for the younger ones, fitness all over, open to new ideas, and active participation in training courses. And here needs and motivation, the employee should be asked for needs. Maybe there are rewards for sharing experiences, and company's pension fund. I know it was really a lot for you now. And before we start to the next, or before I show you the answer of the survey, please use the chat and type at what age would you rate a female employee as older, and a male employee, and then write it like this: female age, male age. You can start it now. I am missing some of you. I only have 5.
There must be decisions.
Difficult decisions. Someone else?
Blenders is a young organization, as well as Top Coach.
Okay. Yes, it's really interesting. No, I want to go back to the presentation. And maybe you remember the study, nearly 100 say 53 and 54. It's just the same, female or male. I think it's interesting. There's really a difference between your opinion and the opinion of the managers and
that's the workplace context is different.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, good. And now I have the same you saw in pictures, and I have it now written down and sorted in general, and no action required, action needed, and potential for improvement. Yeah, it's just the same you saw before, but now I have analyzed it in order to see the most important things and the most important action fields. General, you can say in the companies surveyed, 1/3 of the employees are older than 50. Men and women are equally classified as older as of the age of 53. Professional and social competence is kept in evidence through employee interviews, personnel data paths, and course confirmations. The most important further education measures are external courses, internal courses, and coaching. No action. The communication between employees is good and very good, 92%. During the employee interviews, training plans are defined, 92%. Communication between employees with a larger age difference is relaxed or constructive, 88%. Communication between managers and older employees is relaxed and constructive, 88%. It's the same. Older employees try to master new technologies as efficiently as younger ones, 85%. Further education is offered to all employees, regardless of position, age, and length of service, 85%. Psychological stress, there is no difference between older and younger employees. Employees receive support in questions of health and economic work, 73%. Action needed. There are no support programs in the company for older people, 92%. No considering getting older in the employee interviews. Last year, 65% mainly younger people were hired, as opposed to 12% mainly older one. And it's sometimes difficult to refill a position when someone retires, say 62%. No job enrichment, no job enlargement for employees working a long time in the same area, 58%. No strategies for updating knowledge and skills until retirement, say 58%. And age development is not tracked by 42%. 30% just make evaluations with regard to key workers. And then we have some potential for improvement, working time patterns that can be adapted to life phases, 55%. Cross-generational teams are formed to incorporate everyone's knowledge, 54%. Regular evaluations with requirement profiles, 58%. Demographic developments are taken into account in personnel planning, 58%. Older employees participate in further education to the same extent as younger employees. I think it should be a higher percent. It is possible that by job rotation, constant further learning is promoted, 62, and know-how transfer within the company is systematically organized, 62%. Then at last not least, let's have a look to advantage and disadvantages 50 plus. It's you see advantages 50 plus. It's nearly the same we already have heard. They have experience and knowledge-based judgment in difficult situations. They can motivate young people and pass on informal knowledge as trainers. Due to experience, long service with the company, they identify unwritten rules faster. And they have a network and many contacts through which they have access and receive important information. These are the advantages. And the disadvantages, I think it's not new for you, the seniority-based pay, say 50%, lack of flexibility in terms of time, space, content, 40%, the condition, existing diseases, and also higher absent rates due to sick leave and stays at spas, 30%. And then you have the lack of state-of-the-art knowledge and low digital competence, remaining service time too short for training, personnel requirements not suitable for the job, lower level of willingness to learn, and lower level of motivation. And young teams prefer young employees. This was in a really short time. Well, I think it's now the time, Helga.
Okay, thank you. The time now is, yeah, you're just in time, 1:30. And thank you, Gertrude, for this interesting input and the corresponding results you showed us. Brigitte, is there anything in the chat section that we should refer to?
No, there is not. However, I would like to pose a question.
Sorry, but it is.
But here I think the shown results are optimized and do not reflect the actual situations. Can you see it?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's read that. I think the shown results are optimized. It's like euphemism, right? They are shown in a better dress and do not reflect the real situation.
I can say from the companies I interviewed, I know the companies, but this is the real situation. I think it's different, maybe from the industries. I had bank, insurance, IT, property management, and I know the companies, and it fits with the answers.
Okay.
Maybe the companies are favorable to are interested in the topics, and there are other ones they are not, and they had find other answers in this case.
And then Michael said, not hiring older people mostly has a clear cause. Human resources conclude that older people surging on the labor market often have a doubtable working history. Older people have a doubtable working history. I really don't understand, Michael, what you mean.
Very often I've seen that people searching for a job with, say, 55 have something, some black spot in their history. Either they were troublemakers in the older company, or they had not the right experience. They said they have. So that's mostly a question: why are you on the labor market with your age?
Oh, I see. So this is you think this is what they assume.
Yes.
What human resources assume, although it's not explicitly shown in
yes, they assume yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any more questions at this stage?
No,
Christina?
I'm just
Maybe.
reading the last one.
Yeah, I might want to add something on what Michael said, because I think you are right, but what I think that the number show us, so I think like the number said 11% of older people were hired relative to, I don't know, 50% of younger people, but I'm not sure whether these numbers tell us much, because there probably are also more younger people on the job market, because they're more often to switch jobs or in the search of, you know, new stuff and so I agree with what you say, that there's discrimination on the job market towards 50+ job seekers, but I'm not convinced that the number of the survey will subscribe that theories on an addition.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yes, sorry,
And
one to
from
that
Marianne?
from Christine, I want to say, because I have discussed with Karin Steiner, who was one of the authors of one of the studies, and she has also a company for studies and so on. And she told me it's interesting that in the moment after the pandemic or in the pandemic, more younger people are on the market and searching for a job than older ones. It's really interesting. And she told me it's not the problem for the older ones in the moment, it's more the problem of the young ones.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, it was interesting for me too.
Yeah, it's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, we forgot one, Marianne. Here, you see it. I wonder how employees feel
Where?
in the survey.
Where are we? No? In the chat?
Yes, in the chat.
I don't have that here.
That was one of the. Do you see it? Do you see my screen?
Yeah, I said
It's on the top. You
chat.
have to scroll up.
Upside.
Yeah.
It's after Christine. Yeah.
I wonder how employees filled in the survey. That's
because I remember you said that there were two surveys. One was filled in by the employer, sorry, and the other ones by the employees.
Yes.
So do employees think different about these topics?
Yes, but most of the people are employees and sort of employer. Just an entrepreneur is only employer.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I thought.
I thought there was a difference between the two surveys.
Mainly, yes, but the director is employed too. Is an employee too.
Yeah, okay.
And if he makes difficulties and makes a mistake, he will be not so long director.
Okay.
That's
okay. I thought there were two surveys. Sorry for that. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's an interesting thought, but you have to thought about it that employer main of the time they are employees too, and they have to stand for their for the people they hire. When they make mistakes, it's not good for them.
Okay.
So I guess it's time for a break again. The break is a bit shorter now, from 1:30 until it's almost 20 to 2. So let's meet again at 15 minutes to 2. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So
1:45.
1:45.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Gertrude.
Hi.
Hi. How would you like the breakout rooms?
I need 3 breakout rooms.
3 breakout rooms, okay. And can we assign them automatically or?
So I would want to tell you the names.
Okay. Okay, so in the first room?
In the first room, you.
Uh-huh.
Then Maria. Mariam, yes.
Yeah.
Then I just want Wolfgang Grebner.
Okay.
And Susanne.
Okay.
Then in the room 2.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Preis.
Yeah.
Helga.
Okay.
And Michael.
Mm-hmm.
And room 2, Dope Coach Slovakia.
Yeah.
Did you say, sorry to interrupt?
Dope Coach Slovakia.
Group 2 was Preis, Helga, Michael, and room group.
What?
Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't get that. Group 2 was Preis, Helga, Michael.
Yeah, and Arno.
And Arno.
And Arno.
Yeah. And room 3 is Top Coach Slovakia.
Yeah.
Christine.
Brigitte.
And Gertrude Eder.
Okay. Gertrude Eder. Paul.
Yeah. No, not me. There is another.
Okay.
Yes. So, and I think these are 3 groups with 4, and I watched the chain board. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
But then I need to send the links I sent with the chat. And the duration of we would take 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay.
Yes, from starting
the whole process.
We start with the explanation, how it works, and then they go to the chat room and they have 15 minutes.
Okay, that's perfect.
Chat room?
Should we do something?
They have 15 minutes in the chat room?
Yes, yes.
Okay, because it's from 1:45 until 2:15, right? The whole process, half an hour. Is that correct? Ist das korrekt, Gertrude? Ist es richtig? Du bist von 13:45 bis 14:15. Ist diese
Jamboree? Wir fangen jetzt später an, nicht? Oder?
Wir fangen jetzt an um
13:45. Nein, der Chatroom, ich muss kurz erklären, wie es funktioniert. Ja, das ist ein paar Minuten. Und dann gehen Sie in den Chatroom und haben eine Viertelstunde Zeit. Eine Viertelstunde brauchen wir schon.
Das erklärst du ihnen du, ja? Okay.
Ja.
Gut. Und das Ganze, du hast einen Timeframe jetzt von einer halben Stunde dann für dieses
Genau,
Chat.
und dann, ja, das erkläre ich dann eh. Ich schicke jetzt nur noch schnell die Links in den Chat. Und das erkläre ich, wie das funktioniert. Genau. Christine, may you try the link of your group? You are group 1.
Yes. Okay, let me try.
Click it and tell me if it works.
Yeah, that works. Okay.
You have 5 or 6 pages, the first is the explanation. The second
Yeah.
is a puzzle. And this I explained before we start. Yes.
Okay, so I'm not going to look at the puzzle yet, but just, yeah, it works. Yeah. So.
And you
but it's
can
fine.
work now to please try if you click on the
link.
page 5, I think.
Yeah, I can work in it. I can type.
Perfectly, perfect.
Yeah. Works nice.
That's good.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Just a question. I'm in the
do
third
this
group.
with the groups. You start the groups, Christine.
I will. Yeah, if you want, you can also try because you're a co-host. Maybe you can also try a breakout room.
Yes, but you. If you do it for me, I am.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm not sure of is if I can appoint myself to a group because I'm the host.
Okay. No, this is not so good.
Yeah.
Then I do.
I'm not sure though.
I click at breakout session.
And then you can create 3 breakout rooms. And then you can assign manually normally.
Then I say zuordnen. You are, but I don't see you here.
Yeah, that's what I feared because I'm the host. I fear that you cannot.
I think it's not possible.
Yeah, I fear the same.
But maybe you give the host to me and I stay outside, and then
Yes.
you can go to the group.
Okay, let me try.
Yes. The Marion, Grebner, and Susanne. Okay. 1, 2. Arno. Yes. Helga and Michael. And 4.
3.
So.
3.
Okay. 3 rooms.
Genau, and where can the duration? How do I? Christine?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm here.
How is
sorry.
it possible to start the breakout session and to finish it?
What do you mean?
No,
Yeah. Maybe you can share your screen with me because right now I cannot. I don't have the power to make a breakout room anymore.
So, do you see it?
Yes.
Yes, here I have, but here you see breakout session not started.
Oh, but now I see your email. Could you? Yeah, I can't see your screen.
You can
but
see.
It's.
Okay.
No.
Ladies, it's 1:45.
Yes. So, but Gertrude, you cannot press start breakout.
I think we said 10
room.
to 50.
No, I think 1/4. But is there anywhere an option, Gertrude, to just press start breakout room?
No. Well, maybe if I close it.
Yes, I think you can stop sharing your screen. It's it's just okay.
Session, no. There is options. Ja, Option. Jederzeit zurückzukehren. Automatisch schließen. in 15 minutes. Okay.
If you think of my last part, maybe 10 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes. Just to have some minutes from me for the end of the session.
Christine, how can they start the session?
Yes, I'm just, you have to press start the breakout rooms, but I cannot see your screen. I don't know what
you have to press. Okay, now maybe you can take back the host.
Okay.
Yes.
I think you have to make me the host now. If you go to the participants and then you click on more, and then you can make me the host again, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so now I'm the host. So let me try. Yes.
So, Christine, I was.
Yeah. So. Okay. And now I think everyone
can enter the room, but not now, because I will start with a short explanation. Yes?
Oh, okay, okay, not now. Okay, then
yes.
Okay.
So,
okay.
I need to share.
Back? Is everyone back?
Okay, I will close the breakout room.
Okay. Can we start?
Yes, please, Christine. Okay. I can't share my desktop. You have to activate.
Can you invite us? Sorry, okay. Because I'm here, but I was too slow to enter the breakout room.
No. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay.
I think we are now all back, right? And we are back with Gertrude and her Jamboard activity.
Okay.
Can we start? Gertrude?
Yes.
Can we start?
Yes, we can start.
Yes. With the activity?
Yes, you heard about a lot of action fields. You got a lot of informations. And now it's time to define measures. And the way is we do it in a group work in Jamboard. I sent in the chat the groups, as you have done. You are 1, 2, or 3. Then you start with the solving a picture puzzle. It's an optical illusion. Then have a look at the fields of action. I made a copy of the slides, page 3 and 4. And afterwards define the 5 most important measures. I have an example on page 4. And you have to just click in the prepared text field, what, who, how, and fill the page.
I'm sorry, but our session is closed, the group 3, after 50 seconds.
Yes, that was because it still has to start. So it was a little bit too soon, no worries.
Only was a test.
Do you tell us when we have to click this?
Yes.
You're going to tell us, okay.
And then you appoint someone from the group to present the result in the plenary session.
Okay.
From now you have 15 minutes. Christine, you can start the breakout session.
And now you are very welcome to start the breakout session.
And Christine, how can we do that you are able to enter?
Yeah, I don't think it's possible. Or maybe I can. Yeah. I'm gonna try.
Christine also.
Yes, I am also in this room. So we have to work on the first Jamboard, the blue one. Yes, so if you go to the chat, there you can open the first link you see there.
Okay.
Voilà. And then you can see the Google Jamboard, and then we can work in it together normally. We can see each other working in it.
Okay, but I can't go into the chat, sorry.
You have to scroll until the lowest level of the screen, and you see the chat again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I have to click on the group 1 blue in the email? Or what is it, the PowerPoint presentation? Right, please solve the picture puzzles optical illusions, page 2.
So that is on page 2.
Where's page 2?
So you can click.
Here we are, the blue one, yeah.
Yeah, so you can, if you see, you can go to the next page on top of the.
Oh yeah,
page.
oh yeah, in the middle. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Yeah, perfect. So are you all on the second page? Can you see the optical puzzles?
Yeah.
All right.
I see the wall, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, the wall. Yeah, the
stones,
wall. Yeah. So what? Yeah, solve the picture puzzles optical illusions.
But I can't write into this. Okay, maybe now. Okay, you have to click twice.
And what do you have to solve?
I'm not sure.
What do you see? Okay, okay.
What do you see? What do
okay.
you guys see?
Yeah, okay, yeah, okay.
The
okay,
second
okay.
one?
Oh, whoa.
And the first one, I see a wall. I don't know what you guys
I see
I've written down wall, but it's gone because I've written down into it wall, but it's away.
Yeah.
Ah, wait.
I saw it that you had wrote it down wall.
Wall. So now,
Yeah.
can you see what I? Yeah. So, right.
Yeah, wall again.
Yeah.
Does anyone else see
nice
something
wall.
else?
Okay, nice there.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Then the second one. Well, I
can't see anything.
in the second one. Oh.
The first one. Where's the first one?
If you go to the second page of the present.
I have no page.
So are you? Have you clicked on the link in the chat?
No.
Then start with that. So you go to the chat.
Okay. I will do so. So where's the link?
And then the first link, group 1.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I think
have you
now you're here. Yeah.
Voilà. Perfect.
You're the Dumbo octopus. Wolfgang, you are the Dumbo octopus on the right, on top.
Yes.
Because you see who you are.
And the second one, by the way, I also see 2 ladies.
I see a lady and a man.
I see a lady and a man, but I also see 2 ladies, like one with a hat, with the blue hats, and the other one both turning their faces away.
Yeah, but the one with the blue hat is a man, I think.
Yeah, but
But
true.
you can also
And
see
has
a
a
lady.
Yeah, from the back like this.
A double-sided face.
Yeah.
A person with two faces.
Yeah.
2-faced lady. Yeah.
A lady or man, person. Two-faced.
Yeah,
Yeah.
two-faced lady.
Two-faced.
Yeah,
Person.
two-faced.
I would say person and not
Okay.
lady.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two-faced person. Yeah.
Two-faced person. Yeah.
Gender neutral.
Okay.
And
the
then
last one is fishes.
Oh, I also see an old lady in that picture now. Suddenly, an old lady. You know the neck of the lady with the golden hair. That's
Yeah.
like a mouth of an old lady.
Yeah.
See it?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Wow. So it's me.
Okay.
Yeah,
I also
nice.
see Wolfgang.
Okay, who writes it down? Yeah.
Also an old man, please. Also
Old man, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes,
Old
okay.
person, an old person.
It's an old person, yeah, I would say.
old person, he has a beard.
Person, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the third one, fishes.
Yeah, I see. This is mine. I
see an
some
old man. I
fishes
see a face of an old man.
in the background.
Yeah.
And the shadow.
The shadow, yeah.
It's a shadow. Yeah.
In the foreground, I see some small jaws.
What do you see as small?
Fishes, jaws.
Fishes,
jaw.
Yeah.
Small jaws. With the tails, you know, the fee has a tail.
Yeah.
But I also see two faces in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shadow, yeah.
I see
Of
the shadow
of a head or
nose.
Yeah.
But what do you think about those gray pictures before that shadow?
Yeah.
What that?
Sharks.
Sharks.
Yeah, sharks or dolphins.
Dolphins. Yeah.
Dolphins, yeah.
Yeah.
On the bottom.
Yeah. Oh yeah, bottom. Yeah, on the bottom. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe. Shall we write it down instead of fishes?
Yeah.
Dolphins.
Or
Dolphins.
parentheses.
Dolphins. Okay.
Sharks.
Dolphins.
Yeah. Okay. Or
Dolphins or sharks.
Yeah.
I will. Dolphins,
And
sharks.
Okay.
Sharks on the bottom then.
On the bottom?
On the bottom. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. I can't write it down now. On the bottom, it's too long.
Too long? Oh, okay.
But it's
No,
okay.
It's working. Bottom.
Okay.
So, use this. So, okay.
All right.
So we go to the next one.
Yes.
Next page.
So these are the actions needed. Okay. Now is the question, what else?
Oh, okay.
So wait.
Can we fill in something somewhere?
Yes, in this what else we can write, I think.
Oh, okay.
I had one suggestion. I think from the interviews I held, there is, in some cases, absolutely no consciousness that this will become a problem, that the demographic situation will change in the future, and every company has to deal with elder people. Also, the retirement age will rise, so you will have in the future a lot of people in your company older than 60.
And
can
you write it down?
And you have to
good statement.
Development.
You can write it down on the next page, on the 4th page. So on page 4, we can write what, who, and how of the action.
Okay.
Okay.
Who is going to write?
Wolfgang, could you write your ideas down, because I think it's a wonderful summary.
Yeah. My only problem is to find the place where I have to do my writing.
On the 4th page, there is an example: what, who, how. Have you seen?
What, who, how?
On the 3rd page, there we see the page from Gertrude, and on the next page, on the 4th page, you see example: what, who.
And we can write down here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, if you click, you can write.
You click with the left mouse. Yeah, and you can write.
How can I?
I think you can write there. Or on page 5, maybe it's better.
Because there's an example on
yeah,
page 4.
On page 5.
Yeah,
on page
and it's on 5, page 5.
Here,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes, please.
Oh, that's a very small space.
Yeah.
Right.
Ariane, that's right. Yeah.
I'm not able to write something down.
No, it's difficult.
Oh yes, perhaps now.
No, I've got an.
Sorry, I try only. Yes, I can write. You have to click in.
I can't.
Okay.
I cannot.
Okay. Okay, so then maybe you tell me what I shall write, then I write it down.
Create consciousness.
In the moment I also can't do, sorry. The first I was able to, now I'm not able anymore. Maybe now it's working.
Working now? Create consciousness in companies.
In companies?
Yeah. My English is not that good, but
it's good enough.
Create consciousness that companies
okay
will work in the future with many more older people than today. And the companies have to adapt to this situation.
Now it's gone.
Oh,
sorry. I've written and it's away. Have you seen that, Christine?
No.
Can you help me, maybe?
Okay, I will type. Yeah. So, okay, but then okay.
But we can't see what you're typing. I can't see what you're typing now.
I can see it also.
Okay, now yes.
Yeah, create consciousness. Yes, I see it.
Yeah, I see it too. Yeah.
Okay. And create consciousness. What else?
That companies
that they have to deal with older.
Yeah.
Lots more older people than today.
Many more older people than today.
Yeah. But it's interesting. I hear you typing, Christine, and we can't see anything.
I don't know.
But right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
You have to wait after I click on enter and then you can see.
Okay. But mine was gone then. Interesting.
So who has to do it?
The employers, the HRs.
Yes.
And
the other employees.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Mm-hmm.
So who is
all of them?
The
whole company.
All people participating in a company.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And how? I don't know.
Are you typing, Christine?
But so the whole company, that's what you said, right? Or
yeah.
Everyone participating in the company.
Mm-hmm.
All levels.
Yeah.
All deal with the participating in the company and with the company, because all the other companies have to also to accept or to get this consciousness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Suppliers, etc. Also.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not in the company, also with the company, maybe.
Yeah. Everyone participates in and with the company.
And in and with the company. Christine?
Yes, I wrote it.
Yeah, sorry. Something we hear you typing and sometimes not. So
it's there.
Yes, that's great. Yeah.
Magic.
One remark, also external institutions should approach the companies, or should at least make this development more explicit in the public.
So, and actually, so it's the job of external institutions to make this more public. So that's the how.
Yeah, that's the how.
Yeah, yeah.
On the how.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, how?
Yeah.
So how do they? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay.
External institutions should make this more public, but how do they have to make it more public? And what is an example of an external institution?
Yeah, well, here in Austria, it's easy. It's the Chamber of Commerce, it's the Chamber of Labor, are institutions like industrial associations.
Yes.
So there are many such institutions which should become active.
And how this
Also the super.
By I don't know, give like they offer educational material to companies or to HR managers, or talk about it in public, or
all of that.
All of that.
All of that.
Don't forget the supervisory boards.
Yeah.
Is it the same in the Netherlands and in Belgium? Would you say you can say it's the same? Must be the same, or is it?
Well, I think in the Netherlands, yes, it's also that's important that the external institutions are active in this area. But I think that it's also important that it fits with the workplace culture. And so only to have some pressure from external institutions will be not enough.
Yeah.
Because companies are very, how do you
lazy.
say?
Maybe lazy.
No, not lazy, but they think, no, they are, how do you say, independent.
Okay.
And they can make their own decisions. So I think the focus also has to be within the company itself.
And in Belgium, Christine?
Yeah, but what comes in my mind is also politics, and also in Belgium we have the problem of having a lot of different and a lot of political parties, and they all have a very different opinion about retirement, and it's a very hot topic because it's not something that the liberalists and the socialists can agree upon. So so I think in Belgium that's also a big problem for companies and for people in general to be, to have a certainty about the future so we can act upon the future. And I feel that the lack of certainty is also something big.
The lack of urgency, you mean, I think.
The lack of certainty about certainty about the upcoming decisions and
Okay. Can we write it down in the two, because it's a certainty is also a very important thing.
Yeah.
To the two, it's a new word.
Okay.
Okay.
If I have to, I'm just typing very fast, but if I forgot something, just tell me.
We cannot see it, what you're writing until now.
Yeah, because we can we only see it if you are.
Okay.
but the uncertainty about the future is the pandemic doesn't help it.
No, no.
Exactly.
Yes, and is the politics, because for the moment the necessary is to get better CO2 possibility and so on, but I think they don't focus on the whole thing.
Yeah,
they always have parts. There's one part and they're looking at that.
Is there?
No, but we make it like this. So you can see it.
Yes.
We start with group number 1. I open it. You can see it.
Yes. Now I see it. Yeah.
Yes. Who is the presentator? Who wants to present it? Who is the speaker of the group number 1?
We forgot to assign someone. Does anyone feel?
And then just you do it.
Okay. Please just hop in whenever I forget something to mention, team 1. So our first measure is actually create consciousness that, in companies, that they will have to deal with many more older employees than today. So having like the consciousness that what I just said, that. And who has to do that? Well, everyone participating in the company, and with the company at all levels. So that means employers, HR, other employees, but also external institutions. And external institutions should make this more public. In Austria, apparently, this is the Chamber of Labor, other industrial associations, supervisory boards. They should become more active about speaking this in public, giving more formal formations, giving educational material to HR managers, and stuff like that. But Marianne also argued that only pressure from external institutions will not be enough to change the workplace culture. So it will also be important to focus on that. And then our second point was that there's also a lot of uncertainty about the future. And with that, we mainly speak about political decisions. That was something that I had in mind speaking from the situation in Belgium, is because we have a lot of political parties. We have a lot of opinions in the public debate, but it is very uncertain what will happen in the future about an older becoming people, about decisions, and we feel that there's a lack of focus in the political debate. There's lack of looking at the whole picture, only looking in boxes instead of looking from a holistic point of view, trying to look at the whole problem. Yes. So is there something that I forgot to mention? It's okay.
No, it's very complete. Yeah.
Good. And we didn't get to the third point. I'm sorry.
At the time was too short. So then we take group number 2. Who is the speaker?
Well, we didn't actually nominate a speaker. Who would like to do that? Arno, would you like to do that? Arno?
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 I'm muted, then you hear me. We were struggling for about 14 minutes with technique. And then later on, we find out a different way to fill in something, but there was, we had actually...
Okay, so I show you for the next time. You just have to click here and then double and you can write inside.
Yes, and then if you do it 2 person at the same time,
Okay, this was the problem. Okay, I understand.
So we are a nice way of fighting instead of exchange some ideas.
Yes.
So I haven't also read the ideas of which are filled in. Actually, that's what we had, and now you see some words, but that's it. And I think it's a very good session, but we need another 15 minutes.
Maybe we give it a try next time and are more.
Yes, but I think mainly we were also thinking about the employee sides of the story. I think that's important. I think it's very interesting to know and to see what the employer is looking at this very important issue, and it's also just as we see today, it's an important issue for more and more companies. But to find a solution, I think it's important to use and also the opinion of the employees, and that's I think the solution for the employers. Listen to the employees, and together find out what's useful to do, what action to take, what measures you have to take.
Okay.
But that's a bit beside the session we had.
All right, here listen to the please.
Helga and Bryce and Michael, do you have to add something to this?
No, but I think, you know, we are running out of time anyway.
Okay.
It's 2:20 and we had a time frame until 15 past, quarter past.
But we had some exchange because my computer says it's now meist zonnig.
Gertrude, what are we going to do now?
Oh, the group number 3.
I must have dropped out.
I will do it quick, but I didn't see the Jamboard.
You will see it right now.
I'll do it quickly.
Yes.
Yes, that's it. We had some small problems and we collect this post-it. It's good to read. It's not so small as in the little one. So what we said is the employer should motivate the employees to bring in own ideas and to communicate these ideas.
I mean, this is applicable for older and younger people.
Yes. It's a good idea, but maybe the older ones should be more motivated than the younger one. I don't know. And the self-responsibility of employees must be as well as the responsibility of the employer. It must be both of them. And we told about that the mixed team, older and younger ones, is a good basis to have exchange between the different strengths. One other thing is that the employees should discuss their ideas with other ones, between people having the same topics. And the last one is that the bottom-up leadership is a thing which maybe must be educated the employees in leadership. Not everyone can do that. It's an interesting question. So that's our results.
Okay, good. Thank you. Then Helga.
I can add something if you want. I have the experience that such group discussions with the management were just well known, but the management organizes it, hears what the problems are, and then afterwards is doing what they want. So the response is not very high.
Maybe they should discuss without management.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, Gertrude, is there any, would you like to wrap this up in a way, or should we go on?
You could go on.
Okay.
I thank you all for working with the Jamboard. And yes, I think you have to start, and next time it would become better and better.
So
I thought it's very important, even for older people, to try new tools.
Yes.
And just to learn to work with them, and just to think there is a problem, how can I solve it?
Yes, but I think we should work on that before we have the meeting. Okay, thank you very much, Gertrude. And right now it's time for Christine's final activity, right, Christine?
Yes.
And your concluding words?
Yes, it's just a little bit. I hope you have a little bit more time to finish this session, and I have to share. I want to share my presentation with you. So, just a moment. So, everybody see my presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
Not yet. You should do. Okay.
You've only started the screen sharing.
Okay.
This we can see.
Yes.
But not the slide.
Huh. I see. I have to stop it. Try it again. It works?
Yeah, now.
Now it works.
Very well.
Okay. So, just a moment. So, okay. You have been given a lot of information from the point of view of the employer. It was Arnaud said. You have to, I would invite you to think about the other side now. But what could it mean to the employees? I would ask you to collect some ideas about this, just spontaneously as it comes to your mind. So, what could one wish the employer will offer on the occasion of her or his 15th birthday? What should or could one ask for? For example, he offers me an aged appropriate job, a better work-life balance, things like that. Or I would ask for a reduction of working hours without the cut in salary, maybe. I thought you will laugh.
Mm-hmm.
So after some minutes, I will give you some music to do. I hope so. Give me some time. I have to start my handy. And maybe you thought about, and after that we will do a final round. Someone of you would maybe are familiar with this song.
Beatles.
Maybe you're right. You have some ideas in the meantime.
Okay.
And we can go for a last round now. We have some ideas for the
Well,
employees.
okay.
What are you or an employee could wish to have as a gift from his employer on the occasion of his 50th birthday?
Okay, an extra week of paid holiday every year in the years ahead.
Like the example.
Yes? Pardon?
Like my example. Anything else?
Yes.
Yeah, I would ask to be part of an innovation team in the company, to be part of the further development of the company. So it would be a fine motivation.
Mm-hmm.
In my, can I? Yeah.
Yeah.
In my time in industry, most people, also me, were traveling a lot in the whole world to customers and to sites of construction and so on. So it was not so much a problem for me, but many people had to stay for weeks and months on a special site. And what would I ask in this connection is, please reduce the travel times. Please, could I reduce my affordance to be on the site or to talk with customers in the whole world?
Mm-hmm. Maybe the younger ones? Some suggestions?
What do you mean?
I asked the younger ones in
Okay.
this session to have some ideas.
Well,
what they
I
would
think
like to have.
I can give an answer to this also.
You are not the younger one.
For instance, yeah,
Sorry.
I can repeat, for instance.
Everybody is young in his mind.
For instance, if I look at my daughter, she is in her 30s and has 2 children. And this is too much work everywhere in the world. She has to travel to Chile, to Korea, and so on. And at home, there's the 2 children. And this doesn't run together. That's impossible. So could there be a better work-life balance, for instance?
Yeah. But I think she must change a little bit of her job.
Yeah, you know what this means?
Yes, I know.
I know too. I have changed my job for a child. Okay.
Okay. Somebody else?
Oh yeah, well,
Christine?
You're muted.
Ah, yes. Okay, I wanted to give the floor to Wolfgang, but yeah. No, I think that for the 50th birthday, it would be nice if the employer would give some extra appreciation for the work the employee has done so far, but not in a vague way, but in a very personal way that you really feel you're appreciated and that gives you extra energy to, I don't know, still feel good. And also to have a really good talk about, okay, how do you feel most valuable at the workspace, and then really get it into action. I think that would be nice. So yes. Focus on the appreciation. Yeah.
Sounds very nice. Arnold, we talk about this question.
I am in between, I think, in the age, in terms of age. But I wrote down appreciation. Mm-hmm. And the form of it, I think it's important for a good conversation. Mm-hmm. I think that's about the same as Christine pointed. A good conversation about the plans of the company and my passions or things I like and I'm good in, and how to combine those two. What the plans of the company and my capacities and passions.
And your personal interests.
Yes, and how to match them.
Okay, thank you. Someone else?
Well, one more input, maybe a nice idea would be to ask the employer for a lunch together, a lunch every month, maybe just for an hour to talk to each other and exchange ideas.
Okay, interesting. Yes, okay.
I would ask that I'm able to attend a very expensive external course.
Yes.
Okay.
With a nice hotel.
In a nice hotel and a nice surrounding.
Okay. Sonia, do you have any suggestions?
Maybe to feel that the work I have done would be really have some impact, and there would be some tangible result of what I would have done.
Mm-hmm. Sort of respect.
Yes, and more respect, but some impact.
Appreciation.
Yes.
Yeah. Susanne, you want to say something?
I would like to have the allowance to work as long as I want, and it's good for me. So that's maybe also a thing which could be a wish.
Okay.
And not the employer decides what's good for me. So it's the same as Arnaud maybe told, and Christine, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
As long as I want to work, I should maybe should get the possibility to work.
It's interesting, yes. So thanks you a lot, and thank you for your time. We're 5 minutes over, but it's not so much for a whole day. Helga, would you like to finish the...
Okay, let's wrap it up. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for taking the time to participate in this meeting on a sunny day like this. I don't know if it's in other countries as well. Yeah, thank you for your contributions and also your openness and your flexibility, and thank you for the lively discussions. I do apologize at this point that we were not very successful in the Jamboard session, but hopefully next time we will do a better job there. That was group 2. And yeah, just once again, big thank you. It's been a great pleasure being with you here and sharing this half day with you. I hope you all felt well and enjoyed this get together today. And I wish you all the best for the future in times like these. Yeah, that we have the freedom to move around, and we will meet again very soon.